Good morning, everyone. I'll call our February the 4th Nash County Commissioner meeting to order at this time. It is customary for us to begin our meetings when we're in this room with a prayer by a commissioner. You're welcome during this time to join us in that, stand and join in the prayer. You're welcome to use this time to have your own prayer, or you're welcome to use this time to have a moment of silence, whichever you so desire. And at this time, I will call on Dan Combs for the invocation, and then Mr. Outlaw for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Thank you. Dan?
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for another beautiful day, Lord. We thank you for all the many blessings of life, Lord, and forgive us when we take you so much for granted and don't thank you for what you do for us every day. Lord, we thank you for this opportunity we have together here to do the business of Nash County, Lord. We just pray that you would guide us and that we would do the things that are pleasing in your sight and for all the people of Nash County, Lord. Lord, we just pray that you would be with us during this meeting. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Would you join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We are now on item 4 on our agenda, and item 4 is for us to approve the minutes for our January meetings. We had a meeting on January the 7th and a regular meeting on January the 22nd. At this time, I'd entertain any corrections or additions to the minutes or approval, and I'd take them individually if need to. If not, I'd take them both in one motion.
Chairman, I move for approval of both sets of minutes.
I have a motion by Commissioner Outlaw, a second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion, minutes stand approved at this time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're on item 5, public comment. And what this item on our agenda is for is to allow any particular citizens of Nash County or anyone that wishes to bring a point before the board to inform us of something or something you have on your mind. It should be an item that's not otherwise on the agenda. If you have a public hearing, we have numerous public hearings this morning. If you're here to speak at a public hearing, we would ask you to wait until that public hearing comes up. We do have a person out front to sign up if you wish to speak at the meeting, and we had 2 this morning to sign up. If there is someone here that missed that part of it and would like to speak after these 2, I'd be glad to honor your request. And at this time, I would call on the first person that signed up, which is a Brenda High. And Brenda, if you would come forward at this time, if you would state your name and address for the record. And I love the topic that you put down. It's a pet peeve of mine as well. Welcome. Good morning, ma'am.
Well, thank you. I'm Brenda High. I live at 109 Muscadine Road in Rocky Mount. And I appreciate you letting me speak, Mr. Davis. And
Ma'am.
appreciate you coaching one of my girls in softball.
I did indeed, and I miss all the girls.
Yeah. And I appreciate Mr. Bill Hill, Chief Deputy Medina, Sheriff Stone, and appreciate them helping me. And appreciate our county manager and Lawyer Durham. This applies to you. I'm here to honor a lady who was called the Trash Nazi, Mrs. Regina Jarrett. She headed up Nash, Edgecombe counties for Keep America Beautiful until 2003. She organized thousands and thousands of hours of labor by volunteers. These are dedicated, patriotic people who love our county and love our country. She was pretty burnt out. Along that time, North Carolina was spending $10 million a year picking up after people, defacing public property by throwing trash out. My husband was painting her kitchen a couple of weeks ago, And I'd carried him something, and then I was leaving, going up 301, and there was a car in front of me near Lowe's Building Supply in Rocky Mount, and he rolled his window down and threw out a 20-ounce cup, lid, and straw right there beside the highway. And I really wasn't going to do anything. I was going to just pretend I didn't see that. And then he stayed in front of me a little longer, and I wrote his tags down. And then he turned left, and I turned left too because I was going to Walmart. Then he turned into Red Lobster. And I just turned into Red Lobster too. And he pulls right up in front of the place, didn't park in a parking place. You ever seen that? And he got out of his car, and I was behind him, and I said, "Sir," I rolled my window down. I said, "Sir, excuse me, your mama's not here, and so I'm asking you if you would please not throw trash beside the highway anymore." And he said, "What? Hey, what are you talking about?" And he didn't seem to remember the cup. I said, "You know, the 20-ounce cup, lid, and straw that you threw out near Lowe's." And he just didn't seem to get it and wanted to know, "What's that got to do with me? And what's that got to do with you?" And he seemed quite hostile about it. And here I am trying to teach him better. And he just never seemed to get. I said, "It's costing me money." I said, "And 15 years ago, it cost about $10 million to pick up after people in North Carolina." He never did get it. You ever seen that guy? He just didn't get it. Well, anyway, Ms. Jarrett organized all these people. This was over 16 years ago. She organized all these people to pick up. You ever picked up after a young'un? It's kind of an endless task, right? Until they're trained. They have to be trained. And people haven't always had the training that I had. I had a daddy, and we didn't litter. Okay? Wayne County had started, along the time I was acquainted with the trash Nazi, Ms. Jarrett, they started charging at the dump. And at the dump, people had to pay something. I don't know the details. But they started trashing Wayne County. So what Wayne County did about it was they passed a county ordinance that's in addition to the state ordinance, you know, the one with the sign, $1,000 for littering, which isn't working. We all know that. That's a criminal thing. You have to have a witness, et cetera, and red tape. Wayne County passed a county ordinance called Section 62-1, littering and unauthorized dumping. And Mr. Bill Hill of the Health Department found it, and Chief Deputy Medina found it. It's still active. And this is $200 fine. They pay the fine, or they go to court. Then they have to pay court costs plus the $200 fine. Now, when you Xerox copy their ordinance, I want you to add a little choice to it, because not everybody's got $200. I want 2 days community service penciled in under Keep America Beautiful or a deputy, couple of Saturdays. Maybe one of the deputies may need a little light work if he's under the weather or something. We've been spending $28,000 a year to Keep America Beautiful. Nash County gives them $28,000 a year to pick up after these people, the trashy people, the ignorant people who haven't learned better. Okay, and plus Rocky Mount gives them money, Edgecombe County gives them money, Tarboro gives them money, and that's probably the best spent money Because look at all the work you get out of these dedicated people using these volunteers. This has been going on for a long time. And the sign with the $1,000, $2,000, whatever, is not working. I talked with a guy with the highway department. They're throwing trash at the signs. And the people know nothing is gonna happen to them. My husband taught junior high, and he taught at Fountain Prison when it was 16 to 18-year-old males. And which was a little easier because at the junior high, the kids knew nothing was gonna happen to them. But at the prison, they could make them stay in longer, or they could put them in solitary. They knew something might happen to them. Okay, we need a county ordinance right down here where you and I live, that these people, the word will get around. It's like a general deterrent to throwing trash out your window. In Wayne County, they use the address that they find in the trash. They got a big deputy. I talked to him. He's a big deputy with rubber gloves, and he would look for these addresses in the trash, and he would send them a $200 fine. And it's evidence. Now, what about the privacy? Lawyer Durham, this is, I know you know the difference. When they throw their privacy out in the ditch on public property, and they are defacing public property, and they've got their address out there in public, I wouldn't worry about it. But at any rate, they seem to be making it work. It's still active. And we need real social pressure. This has been cutesy too long. It's been, don't be a litter bug, and making trash art down at the art center. And we need to can all. We need some real social pressure. These people are hurting our tourism industry. Now, I waited 15 years to put in my 2 cents worth. I tried to get this in. I went down to the sheriff's office, and I talked with the legal people, and they assured me this couldn't be done. And the sheriff's office, at the time, that wasn't Sheriff Stone, they weren't interested in doing it because, look, nobody, here's a news flash, nobody wants to mess with trash by the road. I couldn't figure out why I had to pick up these 6 bags of trash on the ditch near our house. I couldn't figure out, why have I got to pick this up? It was cold, it had a lot of food scraps, baby diapers, so forth, and my hands got wet, and I couldn't figure out, why have I got to pick up these 6 bags of trash after somebody that threw them out? Somebody else threw it out. And it's time to stop depending on Keep America Beautiful. And now, North Carolina is paying private contractors to get the stuff up. So I don't know what it costs now, but it's time to get through to these trashy people. And we need slogans like, trash throws out trash. Get your picture in the paper. We need to do something towards educating people and quit this endless spending money on people throwing out trash. We need an education program. How about the trash Nazi the other day told me she'd written books for Rocky Mount, Edgecombe County, Nash County, and gave them to the schools. And she didn't know what they did with them. How about an endowment? A book for every kid every year, something that can continue without a pusher like her. I just think that it's high time you want to. My husband used to tell the kids, don't make Mr. High cry. And the trash Nazi told them, don't throw your trash out because it makes animals come up to the road and they get run over. And she said that really connected with these kids. They would tell their parents, don't throw it out because you'll get the animals run over. They need education. These are ignorant people. It needs to be a disgrace to think about throwing a chewing gum wrapper out of your car, your cigarette butt, or whatever. it needs to become a serious matter. Right now, nobody pays too much attention to it. But people aren't gonna wanna come to a trash dump. I told Mr. Davis a number of years ago, when people come to our area, say for an event, they need to see something that doesn't look like burnt out Beirut. And they're right. Now, I want y'all to get this county ordinance, just copy it and pass it and put in my 2 days' labor. Let them volunteer to supervise these people, or rubber gloves for a deputy that needs a little light. It's a lot cheaper than what we're doing now. We've been doing the same thing and getting the same results for 15 years. You want to wait 15 more years? I might be getting kind of old by that time. Don't make me come down here again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. High. Appreciate your words. As I said, it's something that we all have a lot of concern with. I now see why your daughter, out of the 200-plus girls I coached, was probably the most well-mannered and disciplined one of all of them. But what we would do, what we normally do, we don't make a lot of comments at this time. We will ask our manager to respond back to you in a reasonable amount of time as to what the board may be willing to do with this. But I certainly appreciate you bringing it to us this morning. I personally pick up about 5 gallons a week in front of my house. If I can get to it before Pat Rafford gets to it, one of my neighbors. He does it every day. I just get a chance to do it once a week. But it is a big problem in Nash County. And the worst problem, as you stated, was when you pull off the interstate to come into Rocky Mount or Dorchers or whatever interchange you get off of. That seems to be where it's concentrated at, in that little curve. It seems like they think nobody's looking at them in that curve, and there it goes. But I appreciate you being here this morning. The next speaker that we have is Bronson Williams. Good morning, Mr. Williams.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, all.
Good morning.
It's been a while since I've been here, so I guess I say Happy New Year to you as well. But
State your address, Bronson.
sure, 1611 Hargrove Street, Rocky Mountain, North Carolina.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
No problem at all. As we, I guess, are going to be hearing the state of the county today, I had an opportunity back in July of 2018, because of information that I had received, toured the Nash County Jail. Had received some information about mold and the horrible condition that our county jail is in, and was able to witness that for myself. While this county has a number of priorities when it comes to education, waste, and et cetera, sewer and water, that jail, as was stated in the Rocky Mount Telegram yesterday, it brought me up to Sojourner Truth, where she said, "Ain't I a woman?" Keystone said, "They're people too." Most of the people that are there in Nash County Jail oftentimes are there because they cannot afford the bond. They haven't, in some cases, haven't been proven guilty of any crimes. It's an economic thing. They simply, in some cases, don't have the finances to be out on bond. The conditions of the women's section of the jail is far greater than where the juveniles are and where the other offenders are in that particular facility. But I do hope that the county will look at how to prioritize the needed maintenance of that facility or the construction of a new facility, so that we are treating people as human beings. The humanity question comes to play when we look at the conditions. I don't know if you had an opportunity, the county commissioners have had an opportunity to view the conditions of the jail, but it would be certainly something to take a look at. Because if your son, daughter, grandchild, or what have you, for some odd reason has to spend a few hours at that facility, I'm sure they would come out feeling the same way when it comes to that condition. Some people may say, well, they are inmates, they've done something wrong, But again, it goes back to the question, are they not people? And I believe that everyone certainly deserves a second chance, a third chance, and a fourth chance, if that be the case, so they can get it right. But beyond that, I guess we look at the bigger picture of how do we be sure that we finance public safety, that we finance our school system, so that our children have an opportunity to make more sensible and wise decisions as they grow up through life, so that they're not making decisions that would lead them into a jail or prison, that they have ways of dealing with conflict resolution, so they understand that it's not about a fight, but how do I communicate this matter out. So I hope that the county continues to embrace the Nash Rocky Mount school system. I guess that will soon be the Nash County school system in just a year or so. But those are my comments and for today. Thank you so much for what you do.
Mr. Williams, I appreciate you being here this morning. I appreciate your comments. And as you and I have discussed many times, there are always two sides to every story, sir. But thank you for being here. Is there anyone that failed to sign up that wishes to speak to the Board of Commissioners this morning? All right, seeing none, I appreciate the two that did speak, and we'll move on. The next item on the agenda is item number 6, which is the State of the County Address, and I guess I will call on myself to do that at this time, and hope everyone will bear with me as I get through this. I appreciate you being here this morning. Good morning. First thing I want to do is to recognize Lisa Barnes, Representative Barnes. If you would stand up, Lisa, I appreciate her being here this morning. Everything that I'm going to say this morning, she had a major part in. She came off on our board December 31st and moved up to a higher level, and we're pleased to have her there. I know she's going to represent Nash County in its entirety very well. I appreciate you being here, Lisa. I also want to introduce, since many of you weren't here at the last meeting, Sue Leggett. Sue, if you would stand or raise your hand, either one you wish. Sue was appointed to take Lisa's seat. She, of course, came from the same district, and we're pleased to have her here this morning. She has come out of the chute running hard. She has already been to the new county commissioner school, I understand, last week, and she shared with me a couple of things that she learned. I think for the benefit of the reporters in the room, I think she was most fascinated by the open meeting law is what she indicated. So she is very aware of what that is, and as y'all know, our board always honors that and tries to make sure we do everything in a legal fashion as it relates to that general statute. But on behalf of our board, I'm pleased to give an update on Nash County this morning. First thing I want to cover is really what went on in the internal part of Nash County. And I appreciate the commissioners that gave me some comments they'd like to have gone over. I appreciate the staff that gave me some comments. And really this first item I'm going to go over, which is internal, is items that came from the staff that they brought to my attention. Of course, I was aware of many of them, but as you know, as you move up in age, you tend to forget things a little bit quicker. You remember the things that you did 30 years ago when we coached softball Miss High, but you don't remember what happened last week sometimes, and certainly not for a full year at the time. But this is a great list, and the things that the staff is proud of and certainly should be proud of, and things that our board is proud of as well. During 2018, even though we hired the person right at the end of 17, we hired and brought on board our new retail economic developer. Also in 18, because we hired that person, we implemented a Nash County retail and small business incentive grant. This particular move that the Board of Commissioners chose to do has proved itself very well. We have been able to award one of those grants already, several more we're looking at, and I hope we have improved our relationships with the smaller towns in Nash County throughout by having that person that is always looking to bring business and commercial to the county throughout. I know Susan has stayed very, very busy, and she reports to us each month, and I'm tickled to death so far, and I thank all the board members are for what that position has brought to us. We also promoted Amy Hamlet Pridgeon to the Department of Social Service Director. Amy, congratulations on that. We had a retirement, and Amy stepped right in. She had been with us a long time, and I think thus far has done a fantastic job. We also promoted Shay Neal to the new Department of Social Services Deputy Director. So we have 2 new people in those positions, but quite frankly, at my level, and I don't think at the citizens level, anyone probably has realized that we've had a major change in the leadership in that particular department. We also promoted Anson Kirkland to our new Human Services Resource Director. Anson had been with us a long time as well, and it's a trend that the Board of Commissioners like to see for us to be able to promote within. Our employees are very well trained. We have a great set of employees, but to be able to move someone up from within is always the first goal of our HR department, as well as our administration and certainly the Board of Commissioners. We also hired Mike Phillips into the Public Utilities and Facilities Director, and because of a person that moved on to a different job in that department, he has also been moved into the interim Public Utilities and Facilities Director, and Mike has done a wonderful job, Mike. I know you came to work with us, thought you may have a heavy load, but nothing like you have had put on you, but I think you've done an excellent job, and we have certainly enjoyed working with you in doing that. We held a tree dedication ceremony at Nash County Arboretum for the 2-year anniversary of the HOPE program, the CARE Coalition, and those who have lost lives to substance abuse. I think you would all agree, if there are not many people in Nash County, that this particular problem that we have throughout the nation and certainly throughout North Carolina has touched the lives somehow. We are doing many things to try to improve this situation, and it seems like the numbers have stabled a little bit, but certainly we've got a long way to go. We had also started a program to begin to offer in-house training for department head supervisors and all other staff members. That particular program is what allows us, I think, to be able to do our promotions from within. And I can't tell you I know a whole lot about it, but the staff seems very pleased over it. We also completed an 18-month policy revision and addition and made those effective September the 15th, 2018. That was a lot more tasks for us to do, particularly the staff or the committee that worked on it, than what I think they may have realized up front. It took 18 months to do it. We looked at every word in our personnel policy and made sure that we were up to date with it. We had several meetings with the commissioners. The commissioners were able to do a lot of what they asked us to do. Of course, some things we were not able to do because everything you do costs money in future generations, and our board is always very guarded on the obligations that we make long term. But we did do some great things. I won't try to quote those this morning because it would take another hour or two. But anyway, I think it was a great job by the committee that worked on that, and I want to thank those that are here this morning for their time spent on that. I see many of you out there. We also developed for our employees a new performance appraisal system for everyone that's on our county staff. Appraisals for employees are something any supervisor kind of dreads, I think. I know I did with 10 years I worked at the City of Rocky Mount, but it is a very needed item. And we have got a format now, and I looked at it over the weekend, how it works. But I think it's fair, and it should prompt those to be done in a timely fashion, and that's important to an employee because how he is viewed by the people he works for is very important to anyone, and of course it also documents what type of job they're doing, and makes them eligible for any, incentive type raises that the county may have available from time to time. We conducted a very successful United Way campaign this year, and had several employee events to promote that. I think we had our best year ever. Mr. Lamb served on that board for the county, and of course, I'm sure he put an emphasis on it. The commissioners do not go to those meetings, but I want to thank every employee that's here. I'm a firm believer in United Way. Have served a couple of things on the board myself, but they are one organization of many in Nash and Edgecombe County that do a great job for our citizens, and particularly those that have needs. We also honored Donna Boone for her 35-year career with the Nash County Department of Social Services. Amy, how many more years can you work to get 35 years? I may not even want you to answer that. But as we know, Donna also was promoted from within. The time she served as the department head in that department, did a fantastic job, but we certainly appreciate having those long-term employees. We also had the distinct honor last year of honoring our Clerk of Superior Court, Rachel Joyner, for her 66 years with Nash County. That is probably one of the longest serving terms for any employee in a county or for the state. And we all miss Rachel, but after 66 years, I can certainly understand why she chose to not run for re-election and to retire and take a little bit lighter load moving forward. We were very honored to recognize a sergeant in our sheriff's department, Scott Bass, who appeared on national news for a good deed that he did for a lady. I'm sure you've read the story, but it was an honor in our board meeting a couple of months ago to be able to play that clip that was on national TV for Scott. And that's the kind of people that we have in our sheriff's department, that we have throughout the county. Those that are here to help the citizens of Nash County, particularly those that have a great need. We completed our 11th year for the Citizens Academy. The Citizens Academy, I'm sure you've heard of now. It's underway again, and I'm sure it will continue, I hope. Patsy McGee does a great job running that. The Board of Commissioners receive many comments each year as that goes on about how much the citizens were able to learn about Nash County. You learn about every department that we have, and if there's any of you here that haven't been and have an opportunity, it's one night a week for about a 12-week period, but you may want to look into that and certainly share it with the citizens of Nash County. We were able to, after a long, hard thought process and analyzing, we were very successful in selling our home health business in 2018. It was a difficult decision, but it was a decision from a financial standpoint that the county felt like we needed to make. We were able to sell it to a local company, and I've really not heard any negatives about that, how it's been performed for our citizens after it moved on to a privately owned individual or a firm. So we were tickled to be able to sell it at a time when it was still had some worth to it. Moving on, I'm going to discuss second our capital improvements. And to me, of course, I'm in the construction business. I understand I'm going to be real interested in capital improvements. But the last year in Nash County has just been phenomenal, quite frankly. The projects that we completed in 2018 were, number one, a courthouse and sheriff's department expansion. I'm not going to talk about each one of these because they are many in number. But we were able to complete that expansion after an 18-month construction time. We had it on our capital improvement plan for about 8 years, and that's not unusual. It was one of the largest improvements or capital expenditure we had done in the life of Nash County, and so it takes some time to work its way up to the top. We also able to build another shell building that we hadn't done in a number of years because of the downturn, but we just completed that in November at the Middlesex Industrial Park. It's a 60,000 square foot shell building that is now available for an industry to move into Nash County, and we actually have several people looking at that building as we speak. We were able to complete a landfill expansion of our C&D landfill. We were down to having just a little over a year capacity left. We were able to complete that in 2018 and are tickled to be able to keep that landfill open for C&D type trash. We were able to do a major update of our radio system in the Public Safety Department. It's an item that we have worked on for a number of years and a sorely needed item in Nash County, particularly in the northern part of the county and the southern part of the county. We are getting positive reviews now that we've got it in service. We do have some things we've got to work out in some places, like you always do with a new radio system, but we are pleased that we had a tremendous amount of participation in making a decision. There are so many ways, as you can imagine now, to provide communications. It was a task to work through it with our volunteer fire department, with our sheriff department, and anyone, our EMS that uses those radios. But in the end, I think we all came to a decision that everybody bought into, and I think it will serve the county well for many years in the future. Construction-wise, early college out at our community college has always been in modular units. With the two new additions at the college that were completed last year, we were able to move those into a building C that was freed up. That work was completed back in December. Students moved over the holiday and are now using that building, and it's a great thing to get a permanent building for our early college, because that is indeed a bright star for our educational system in Nash County. We have just completed a Nash County, the Southern Nash Senior Center down in the southern part of the county. It is located at the Bailey Middlesex Park. We are just before opening that facility up for another segment of our community, our seniors. We had real growing pains next door at the one we had here. We had a long travel distance from the southern part of the county. And it's another item that our board has put emphasis on over the last few years, is to try to be more inclusive in the far-reaching areas of our county, particularly down in the southern part. Because one saying that I've always heard since I've been a commissioner is that when you get to the river in Nash County, you seem to be in Wilson County instead of in Nash County. We hope the citizens down there are beginning to realize that that's not true. We've done many things down there, including the Industrial Park Senior Center, and we are just glad to be able to hopefully bring all of Nash County together and also put a medical clinic down there, right there at the Industrial Park as well. We are currently working on a grant that we received to remove trash out of the Tar River and Stony Creek tributaries in Nash County. We have a lot of debris in some of our waterways that come from hurricanes, comes from natural effects as well, but particularly after a hurricane where we have a lot of water moving, it seems to be stopped up, causing a lot of problems. Commissioner Outlaw was very involved in getting and seeking out a way to tackle this problem in part of his district over there, but we were able to get some funds and very glad to get a large portion of that done, even though we're still working on it. The commissioners moved forward with a request to install Purple Heart parking signs, reserved parking signs on some of our county facilities, as well as veterans parking signs. I noticed when I come up to the building here, not all of them do I go to frequently, but I always notice to see if those parks are being utilized. And majority of the time when you come to the building, you'll see several of them being utilized. And it's a great honor for us to be able to recognize our veterans, and I appreciate that request being brought to us on behalf of those organizations. We completed and I always struggle with this word, but it is, anyway, I won't even try to say it this morning, but the item that we did, the monumental, item we did out in front of this building on behalf of citizens that have served Nash County well. Idea was brought to us by an individual, on behalf of Mr. Commissioner Billy Morgan. And as we know, Billy served the county a long time, 28 to 29 years, and he was the first plaque that was put down, and we did that just a few weeks ago. So it's a real honor to have that out in front, and if you hadn't noticed, I wish you would. We had a committee that worked on that, and I think it's just a wonderful thing. The teardrop type monument that we put up is very attractive. So if you hadn't noticed that, please take a look at it. We also completed a new sound system at the farmers market. And I know all of you go there, and I hear that new sound system, and boy, has it really made a difference with events down there other than the Saturday openings and Wednesday openings that we have at the farmers market. Those are the items that we completed in 2018, which is a very long list. I also have a list here that are projects that are funded and are underway or getting ready to be underway. The Nash County Miracle Park at Coopers, a absolutely wonderful idea that has come to us to build a miracle park that will be all-inclusive for all citizens of Nash County, particularly our children that have special needs. I'm just delighted that after the very hard work for many years of citizens in that area, particularly Harold Winston, that we were able to get funding for it and to move forward with that park. The grading process is underway as we speak. Winter has not been cooperative with that, but we are not too far off in schedule and hope to have it open sometime in the latter part of the summer this year. Countywide broadband is probably the largest need that we have in Nash County. We've worked on it, and it is a very difficult task to conquer. We are still not there. We have begun work. We've decided on a method to try. We're doing test areas in the county to see if this wireless type system that we would engage would serve us well, and we took the two most extreme areas, so please stand by on that. Our kids in the educational system need it, and something that I've learned that I didn't know is as large as it is, and I'm sure the rest of our board members have learned also, is the need for our people that work from home. We have more and more people that work from home now. Fortunately, we have people in the Triangle that like to live in Nash County. It's a lot of a less expensive home that you could put in Nash County, and yet one of the things that are really holding that from becoming a more and more of a trend is the fact that the internet is not very much reliable down in the southern part of the county as well as other parts of the county, but we hope to resolve that very soon. Another item that is underway, bids have been let, and you'll see pipe laying along our highways in the northern Nash area, Dorchester, Red Oak communities. Very soon is the northern Nash water system. Another item we have worked on for many years. We could not make the numbers work to move forward with it, but we are pleased this morning to be able to say it has been funded and the contracts have been let, and just be delighted to be able to provide public water to many more citizens in Nash County. The Rocky Mount Wilson Regional Airport, another big item that will be, you'll see starting this year, is funded, is to repave the runways out there, to replace the fuel cell, as well as build 20 T-hangars at the airport, something that we've needed for many, many years, and a request that we've had many times is to provide T-hangars for our citizens that own small planes and would like to keep them at our airport, but now have to keep them at another location simply because we didn't have the facility to keep them inside. That was a cooperative effort by the two cities of Rocky Mount and Wilson, and the three counties of Wilson, Edgecombe, and Nash, because those are the partners in that airport. And just within the last month, all three of those entities have approved the match funding for that great addition out at our airport. The Middlesex Corporate Center, okay. I won't tell you what Mr. Belfield said. He'll be right back. The Middlesex Corporate Center. Mary, was that my signal? Okay. All right, thank you. Number 5, the Middlesex Corporate Center water sewer, water tank, and road project. Where we built this shell building that is now complete and ready to be occupied, we don't have the infrastructure completed there yet. We have the road roughed in. We do not have water to this site, sewer, or the road is not paved. We have recently been able to obtain money to do that. That engineering contract has been let, and we hope to have that under construction in early summer to get those items put in as well. Renovation at the Nash Ag Center. We have some opportunities down at the Ag Center to improve that facility. We actually vacated quite a bit of it over the winter, or really last summer, but we are getting ready to replace the air conditioners down there, new lighting, and many other things, and so we can get that facility open back up, hopefully much sooner than later. Elm Street storm drainage, we have not started yet, but that's a project that we need to do in conjunction with the town of Nashville. We were able to see funding for that, and it is a old storm line that is deteriorating that we will be replacing, and actually part of it goes across our parking lot back here in the rear of this building, and from time to time we'll come in and find a hole in the parking lot, so we'll get a permanent solution to that. And one of the biggest items that we'll be moving forward with is the Northern Nash Area Elementary School in conjunction with our school board. We do not quite know yet where that school will be built. We don't know exactly what size it will be, but within the next couple of months we will have that decided by our school board. We do have funding in place to move forward with that, and that will be replacing 3 of our oldest elementary schools and putting them in a new, much safer facility with the wiring and all that is needed for school systems or school buildings, even the elementary school buildings at this particular time with the internet and everything that we do and how we teach things now. I guess you're saying, or I said to myself after I looked at that list, well, how in the world were we able to do all of that? We have not changed our tax rate in 10 years now, but the story how we were able to do it is really fascinating to me, and it was by the number of grants that Nash County was able to receive. I'm just going to run down very quickly and speed up a little bit the grants that we received in 2018. For the part that we spoke of, we received a total of $1,435,000 in grants. That's how we were able to build that park. For the water line, we were able to receive in the Northern Nash a $3 million grant. And understand the grants, money you don't have to pay back. I know we all know that. We received a $3 million grant. We received a $3 million loan with no interest, and we received a $3.5 million loan at 1.9% fixed rate interest. So that's how that water system finally came to being. The school that we just spoke of, just very recently, at the end of last year, we received a $10 million grant for that school that comes from the lottery proceeds that we know should all be going to education, but we're glad to get a large share of that in Nash County to build that school with. The Middlesex Park infrastructure, we were able to get $2,764,000 worth of grants from the Golden Leaf Foundation and from the North Carolina Rural Readiness Site organization. That's how we were able to move forward with that. Elm Street storm drainage we spoke of, we got $742,000 of grants. $500,000 of that again came from the Golden Leaf Foundation, and the other funding came from the CBGD grants that we apply for real often. The debris removal was a grant through Soil and Water for $417,000. But a fascinating number, when you total all that up in 2018, and I do wish Patsy McGee could have been here this morning. I checked with her Friday to see if she was going to be here, and I think she has a sick child this morning, is not. But it's through her hard work, as well as all the other staff members here, that we got a grand total of $18,358,000 worth of grants in 2018. That's $18,358,000. I probably said it wrong, but That's a record for Nash County, and quite frankly, it's how we were able to do the two lists that I just went through. So we're very proud of that, very proud of Nash County, and the way you're able to get those grants, quite frankly, is everything works. You kind of got to be in good flavor with certain people. I think Nash County serves itself well by staying in touch with our state legislators, our U.S. senators and House of Representative members, and they know we in Nash County do good things. They know when we get a grant, we look after it properly. They know it's documented very well. We've never had any questions in Nash County about any grants that we received and whether the money was spent properly. So that's how you get those grants. And of course, grants come with a tremendous amount of paperwork, as we all know. And to be able to do the paperwork properly and file it in a timely manner is how you get your next grant from that same organization. So that's why we're so pleased to have Ms. McGee with us and the other people throughout the staff, particularly in finance, that helps us with those grants, working for Nash County. Other things in general, that happened in 2018, I had some items about Trillium Health and the fact that we moved into that organization for our mental health type needs, but I see Dave Peterson is with us this morning. It's going to be giving an update on that as soon as I finish. So Dave, I'm going to skip that one, let you take care of that and get you up here just a little bit sooner. But I appreciate, as well as all the board appreciates being able to join Trillium. It has been a great relationship so far. As like anything, we had a few little things to work out in the beginning, but I don't know when I got a call last from any of our citizens about how that particular organization is serving our people. And moving back to the park one more time, one of the major grants we got from that park was a $750,000 grant from the Trillium. And that's how we designated it as an all-inclusive park, because that was their emphasis to where they put their funding in, and we're just so thankful, Dave, that we were able to apply for that and obtain that, and really that's what allowed us to move forward with that. So on behalf of the board, I sure want to thank you while you're here this morning. As you know, we got a gas line being built through Nash County. Of course, it started and it stopped, and then it started back again, and now it stopped again. But our board chose not to take a stance on that particular item simply because there was a lot of varied thoughts through our citizens. But in the end, I think we will all have to acknowledge that it will be good for our region. And it is underway, and it has been approved, and I think will be built certainly, but it is on temporary hold for something going on in another state. Evidently, you make a lot of money with that gas line, because I don't know how they start and stop and move all that stuff in and take it back out. It's a very costly item, but that's what we see going on. Our board is most proud of the physical management of Nash County. This booklet right here, which is what we receive in a condensed form that we as commissioners can understand about our audit every year, is what we work every day for, and the way we approve capital improvement projects and everything else we do, raises for employees, is to try to keep Nash County in the physical shape that it has been in for many years prior to any of us being on the board. But it has always done very well. But I consider this kind of to be the song book. I won't use it to be the Bible, because it's certainly not the Bible, but it's the song book for the commissioners to do. What we do during budget season every year is to try to keep this particular book looking as good as it has for many, many years. Our tax rate, as everyone knows, is 67 cents, has been the same for 10 years. Fund balance at this particular time, total fund balance is a little over $42 million. Our unassigned fund balance is $28 million. And our collection rate, Mr. Lamb, is 98.73 last year. And he made a prediction the other day that I will let him tell you if he wants to tell you, but he's going to crawl to the next round number, I think, anyway, which is coming up next is 99%, but we'll see how we look at the end of this year. But that is a tremendous improvement from where we have been in the past, and each percentage is a very hard to obtain to move that number upward. And it's through the hard work of our tax office to do that. It's through the hard work of our citizens to be able to produce the income to pay their tax bills. And I think it makes a lot of difference if you'll keep that tax rate stable in the mindset of the citizens and taxpayers in Nash County, that I hope they realize we do all we can do on this end, and they're more apt to pay their taxes in a timely manner. I'm convinced, and I may just be fooling myself, but I really believe that. And Mr. Wren, we greatly appreciate everything you and your staff do on that collection rate. I studied the budget quite a bit last week and looked into surrounding counties as well. And one thing that stood out at me was the balance of expenditures that Nash County has. Every county has three major expenditures. They have their schools, being community colleges, and their public education system. They have the social services area, and then they have public safety. I'm pleased to say, in looking and studying ours, how balanced it is. And this is the goal of our commissioner, is to keep it balanced. Our school system receives 27% of funding out of our total budget. Our Human Services Department receives 26% of our total budget, and our public safety receives 25% of our total budget. You won't find another county that has that balance in those three major expenditures. I looked in surrounding counties around here, and they are significantly different from time to time, but in studying two of them, I was really amazed at the fact that we keep public safety as high as we do, even with our school needs and as well as our human services needs. So we do a much better job of equally funding those three than surrounding counties do. And I'll just give you an indication, and I'm not going to call the county because I'm not up here talking about anybody but Nash County. In an adjoining county that we have, there is a disparity between 33% and 22% for public safety, and we're generally running about 5 percentage points ahead of counties in North Carolina as far as it relates to our spending for public safety. We have a very low debt service at 7%, and again, that carries us back to the success rate we have in grant applications. We're also very pleased as a board in 2018 budget in July that we were able to give all of our employees a 5% raise and make a commitment that we won't even really be discussing at the 19 budget for another 5% raise. I received, as well as the other board members, a lot of thanks from our employees for being able to do that. It was the right thing to do. We had been very conservative with raises up to that point to try to get us through the downturn and try to get us through the revaluation. But every employee, and not just a select few, received those 5 and 5% raises, or have received one and will be receiving the other one come July of this year. I thought it was interesting that Donna asked me the other day, finance director, who was not with us this morning, if I think I had made a complaint a little bit in previous years about them putting a proposed raise in the budget prior to it coming to the commissioners, and all of our employees seeing what the proposal was, and then we had to be the bad guys and maybe lower it if we had to. But she asked me the other day if I felt like she should go ahead and put the 5% in the budget projection for next year, and I said certainly so. The board has already approved it. There's no need of not putting it in there, which is contradicted to what I asked her not to do before. But in this case, we had indeed already approved that. Moving through just a few more things, and I am about through, is I'll just say on behalf of our board, and I hope they all agree with me, that we are truly blessed as a Board of Commissioners in Nash County. We're blessed because of the county manager that we have, the assistant county manager that we have, and all the department heads that we have. It makes our job pretty doggone easy, quite frankly. We have a group that, for the most part, work very well together. And it's a real pleasure for me, and I'm sure the rest of our board members will agree to this, to serve as an elected official in Nash County because of the staff that we have. Many counties, and I am involved and do work in many counties, have things a lot different from time to time than what we have here in Nash County. There's a lot of not getting along too good between the staff and the Board of Commissioners not getting along, but here in Nash County, I think we're truly blessed because of the type people and all the department heads and leaders that we have in Nash County. To show you and all of us here know this, but I think it's fascinating. Again, last month we were able to give out service awards, and we had 18 employees that got 20 years service awards. We had 11 that got 25 years. We had 4 that got 30-year service awards, and we had 1, Mr. Bill Hill, that got a 40-year service award. If you take Rachel Joyner, who indeed is a state employee, and put her in that mix at 66 years, that makes a total for 35 employees have 861 years of service in Nash County. That's just an astounding number to me. And yes, I'm a number guy, and I sit around crunch numbers all the time, but 861 years is a lot of service to give to one organization. And last but not least, we're blessed because of the citizens we have in Nash County. Our citizens work with us very well. This is not good, but then again, it may be good. We had gone 12 months in a row without having a public comment brought to us. Now that record, I'm pleased to say, was broke this morning by Mr. Hyatt, Mr. Williams, but we need public comment. I'm glad you could hear this morning. But it does give some thought that maybe we don't have as many problems as some organizations do because we don't have a tremendously long line of speakers at our meetings. And many organizations, whether it be cities, whether it be counties throughout the state, indeed do. But I don't say that to say we don't want you here. We certainly want you here because we find out new things when you come and bring them to us. And really and truly, I, as the chair, am quite disappointed at a meeting when our clerk hands me that list that has no names on it. I like to see people come to us, and I think the rest of us would feel that way. But thank y'all too for being here this morning, and please encourage everyone else to come back. That's the good side of what we've got going on in Nash County, or some of it. I've missed a lot of it. I've been here too long already standing up, but there are many more good things to tell. Do we have challenges? Yes, we have challenges, and I'm going to list 3 of those challenges, and 2 of them are the same carryovers from last year, quite frankly. One of them is our educational system. We do indeed have challenges in our educational system in Nash County. I am glad to say that we, through diligent effort of our board, have improved the relationship with our school board, I think, from a series of meetings in a small group. We didn't get as much done as I'd like to say we would have liked to have got done. We've got some done, and we've got to recommit that effort moving forward to work with our school board and understanding their needs and them understanding what our desires are. But it's the right thing to do, and I will certainly make that commitment. We've got some new board members. We've got a new elected chair, and we have not got together yet, but we will be getting together, and we'll be working as hard as we can on behalf of the commissioners to get the things done that the school system needs done. I look forward to building this new school. Yes, it's in my area. That might be a little selfish, but there's the fact that the 3 oldest schools that we have left are either in my area or Miss Richardson's area shows that we do have patience, don't we, Miss Richardson? But we are back to our area and look very much forward to building that new school somewhere in that district, wherever the school board may choose to do it. We also have a need to continue to provide employment for our citizens of Nash County. Industrial recruitment for Nash County was not near as good as I would have liked for it to have been in 2018. I'm sure the board feels that way. We did not have any major announcements. We need a major announcement every year, twice a year, if we can get it. We're gonna make a commitment, in 18 to our citizens that we're gonna work very hard to prepare ourselves to make Nash County look more attractive to site-selected companies when they come into Nash County. We're gonna be prepared by having sites ready for them. We are prepared by having a shell building that is currently ready. Our staff and our board really must reevaluate how we are currently doing this and to see if there's a better way that we can provide industrial recruitment for Nash County. So bear with us on that, and it will be an emphasis on this board moving forward. And then the last thing is the continuation of the challenge of countywide internet. I spoke about it earlier. We've got a long way to go. We have started at least, and I don't know of anything that this board is more committed to than to, is something Ms. Barnes has been a very advocate person for. She actually made us, I think, aware of it as we are in her term on the board, but it's just a situation that we've got to solve if we're gonna continue to prosper. And that's one of our issues with industrial recruitment. That's one of the first questions. And when you get a site selection company come to your county, they are not looking for the good things. They are looking for a reason they can take you off the list. That's how they operate. That's how they tell us they operate. They come in with 10 things. And if they can find 3 of those things on that 10 that you don't have, they're moved on, because there are many places in this country that are trying to find jobs. So we kind of know what that list is. The quick and reliable internet is certainly at the top of that list, as well as schools. So those are our challenges to improve all 3 things. I appreciate your patience in listening to us this morning. I think it's a great story. I would like to see if any board member wishes to say anything or add anything to that. Certainly do that at this time. Or have I talked too much already? Seeing none, thank y'all, and thank you employees for making our job easy. Appreciate it. Call us back to order at this time. Dave, come on up, and I'm gonna make one more recognition before you start speaking, but something I overlooked when I was up there before. We're always pleased to have representatives from our U.S. senators and U.S. House members. In our audience today, we have both senators represented. Betty Jo Shepherd, who everybody in the state of North Carolina knows, who works for Senator Burr, is with us. And Trey Lewis also works for Senator Tom Tillis. And pleased to have y'all here this morning, and I hope you will take back to the 2 senators how well Nash County is doing for us.
Absolutely. I've already seen it.
Oh, have you? Wonderful. I knew you'd be right on top of it. Trey, you have a good trainer there, as you well know. Dave, they actually stayed to hear your presentation for your cause as well. So I'm going to turn it over to you, sir. And again, we thank you for being here, and thank you for what you've done for Nash County.
Well, thank you, Sir Chair. One of the things that I want to do before I get started is just say, and this is from me only, this county has been more than welcoming and open to having Trillium come in with both stakeholders and department heads and that sort of thing. I can't say enough about that, all right? We've been here, started 2 years ago working on this, but a year and a half into Nash County. And so one of the things that I've been doing since in the past 4 years is giving every county an update on Trillium. And so I first want to thank Z and Stacy for working closely with me on a variety of things. And also Amy, who serves on our regional advisory board, and Representative Barnes, who's left, was an advocate for Trillium also, and was very supportive of us. And I'm looking forward to working with you, Commissioner Cohn. So, so that being said, one of the things that I'm going to just be doing is giving an update on a variety of topics that have been coming at us pretty quickly in this past year. Once again, our mission is transforming lives of people in need by providing ready access to quality care. We have some changes in our coverage. We have a big legislative change coming our way. We had some funding changes, some partnership changes, some organizational changes, and then I'll end it with some county information directly tied to Nash. So, who we are. One of the things that I want to make sure of is we're a managed care organization that oversees the federal Medicaid dollars, the state dollars, and county funds that support people with mental health, developmental disabilities, and substance use services. We have been doing this for several years, but we continue to grow a little bit, and I'll talk a little bit about that. Right now, we're 26 counties. Last year, when I stood in front of you, we were 25, and I'll go into a little bit about that. We have a 1.4 million total population in those 26 counties. We have about 205 individuals that receive, that are Medicaid eligible, okay? 205,000. We serve approximately 54,000 people every year on Medicaid and state funds and county funds. We manage, so we don't provide the direct services of mental health. We manage about 500 agencies that do that in our 26 counties, okay? We had a expenditure of $355 million last year on services. We range in size in our counties. Terrell County is our smallest one at about 3,800 people, and everybody knows that is the smallest county in the state. But we also manage New Hanover County, which is the 8th largest in the state. We cover approximately 12,000 miles in our in Trillium catchment area. This is just a map of what we cover, and you'll see the 3 different colors on there. The northern region is the 10 counties in the north, and notice the total population of the northern region is only 200,000 people. 10 counties, 200,000 people. The central region, which Nash is part of, has 9 counties. And we're 2.5 times the size of the northern region in population, almost 500,000 people, okay? And then the southern county, which only has southern region, which only has 7 counties, has a little over 700,000 people. So you can see the variation in population amongst our regions. So one of the big changes, similar to what happened with Nash County a year and a half ago, Columbus County decided to join Trillium also, okay? So with that, we wanted to make sure we were working hard in Columbus County these past 6 to 8 months, trying to make sure that services and supports were added into Columbus County. We brought in 2 of our largest providers, Port Health and Integrated Family Services, into Columbus County, and we've been doing a variety of requests for proposals to make sure services and supports were added into Columbus County. So that was our coverage change. Some of our legislative changes, and this, I've been doing this for 35 years, okay? This is one of the biggest changes we're getting ready to go through. I've not seen something this big in a long time. The state is taking a look at what they call a standard plan and what they call a tailored plan. Right now, Trillium Health Resources manages the Medicaid dollars for individuals that have just basic needs, like seeing an outpatient therapist once a month, okay? To individuals that have severe and persistent mental illness, developmental disabilities, and substance abuse services that need a lot more care than just once a month. What they're moving towards now is, and the announcement should be this week, is there was a request for proposals that came out asking for private insurance companies to manage the low-risk individuals. and they're going to be making the announcement this week, we understand, of which insurance companies are getting those lower risk individuals, okay? That being said, then we'll know who our partner is going to be. And when that occurs, and I'll go through a timeline, then they will be managing the low-risk individuals, and we will be managing the high-risk individuals, okay? Like we are now managing the high-risk individuals. So this must be budget neutral. It does, like I said, putting the mild to moderate needs into the standard plan, and we'll be managing the higher risk individuals. There's a waiver called the innovations waiver that will automatically remain with us as we see today. If folks are interested on who the insurance companies were that applied, I have that list. It's a lot of the big ones that are nationally sponsored or nationally operating in multiple states. And so, but those are, awards should be given out sometime this week. This is the timeline. So like I said, in February, they'll be they'll be awarding those contracts. In July, those private insurance companies are to have their call center set up. Similar to what we have now, Trillium has a 24/7 call center. And we have a variety of different levels of staff in our call center. And what it is somebody that needs some basic services, we can get them hooked up to basic services. But we also have licensed clinicians in our call center to make sure that if someone is in desperate need right then and there, they're talking to a licensed clinician that can get them the services and supports they need immediately. So the private insurance companies are going to be getting that in place in July. Then they're going to be starting to phase that in July through November, and starting for them to take on the low to moderate risk individuals, all right? Then in February of 2020, another request for proposal will go out to the 7 managed care organizations in the state, and Trillium is one of those 7, and we'll be needing to apply for that request for proposal to manage the high-risk individuals. I'm very confident, okay, that Trillium will get one of those. We have been looked at from a variety of ways that we are a very good managed care organization and trying to make sure that we're keeping services local. And so that being said, in May of 2020, those will be awarded. And right now in legislation, it says 5 to 7 managed care organizations will be chosen. And so right now there's 7 of us anyway, so it could be all of us continue to manage the high-risk individuals. And then we'll go through a readiness review in February of 2021, and then July, which some folks think that's a ways away, of July 2020. It's not that far away. That's going to come very, very quickly, where we'll be managing the tailored plan. So with that being said, funding changes. So the private insurance company will be getting some of the funding that we currently get now, all right, because they are going to be managing the lower risk individuals. And so right now, we have not heard, because in the Medicaid world, we get paid on a per member per month. And so we do not know what our per member per month is going to be yet. That's still under negotiation, okay? I am sure, because we'll be taking fewer individuals in, but with higher needs, our per member per month is going to go up, okay? The other big shift that's happening is we're going to be managing the whole person. Right now, we manage their mental health needs, or their substance abuse needs, or their developmental disability needs. But we're going to be managing their health needs also. So we're going to have to be contracting with pharmacies for all their medication, regardless of it's tied to a mental health or not. We're going to have to be managing their primary care doctors, okay? And so for those that are on the tailored plan, we're going to be managing the whole person, all right? Some of you who may have been around in the class action lawsuits of Thomas S. days and Willie M., it's almost exactly the same thing back in the late or early 90s when we were managing the whole person. And so many of us, and I hate to say I was there then too, have experience in doing that, okay? This, like I said, is supposed to be cost neutral. So it's been about a year that we did a partnership with two of our other managed care organizations in the state, and the other two are Alliance, which is in the central part of the state, and they cover 4 counties, Wake, Durham, Johnson, and Cumberland. Interestingly enough, our 26 counties is still about $350,000 less than their 4 counties, okay? And we are also partnering with VIA out in the western part of the state, and they have currently 23 counties out there. And so there's a partnership so that when we do apply to become part of this tailored plan, we have a little bit more weight in that application. It's not that we're merging or anything, okay? It's just that we want to make sure that the state sees how we're partnering with 2 other managed care organizations, okay? So with that, we've had some organizational changes. Like I mentioned earlier, we are going to be managing the whole person, and so we are closely looking at social determinants of health, which will make sure that we are addressing the health part of an individual, you know, healthy eating, making sure that folks are getting transportation, housing, that sort of thing. We're going to be moving into that area. And so we're going to have to be partnering with other community departments like the health department, like social services, in order to support them and what they do, and also try to learn from them. And so one of the other things that we are doing is we are hiring another psychiatrist because we have been outsourcing our utilization management, and we're now pulling that back in to do utilization management internally, and we're needing another psychiatrist to do that. So that being said, as mentioned by you, Chairman, the opioid issue is still out there, and we are trying to address that across our 26 counties. And we were awarded funding, which is the CURES funding from the federal government, and it was about $3 million last year that we were awarded that, and it served 1,880 people. And these are individuals with a primary diagnosis of opioid abuse, okay? Many counties have developed opioid coalitions, and which is similar to the CARE meeting that Nash County has, and I participate in that meeting also. As many of you know, a lot of our counties got hit very, very hard from the hurricane. And so we've made sure that we were trying to address this in a variety of ways. We had a web page set up, and $30,000 got donated to that web page for food, clothing, and hygiene. We had 4,000 care packages delivered to various shelters. We had 1,500 comfort kits given out to children at schools. We stocked 200 pantries for our transition to community living members. We had 1,000 backpacks given by one of our managed care organizations in the western part of the state, Cardinal Innovations, donated those backpacks. We did get the Hope for NC, which is a FEMA grant, and that's connecting folks to different resources, so we have staff working on that right now. And this last bullet is a projection, all right, of what the hurricane is doing to North Carolina. Just in our counties, we're predicting to see a 2 to 4% increase in services for adults with mental health needs. We're seeing a 50 to 60% increase in services for children under 13. And we're seeing about a 30 to 45% increase in services for kids 13 to 18. It's had a dramatic impact, and those of you that know, it's hit all of our counties pretty hard. So just some information about Nash County. I was honored to be able to go over to the open house at the Oxford House over on Forest Hills, and that's an 8-bed recovery. If you haven't been over there, hopefully you have. I would love to live in that house. It is a beautiful, beautiful house over there, and it's a well-run program. Oxford House is in all across the United States with very, very good results on folks dealing with recovery. Just last week, we did the ribbon cutting for Port Health, and they are a comprehensive mental health and substance abuse services in Nash County. They are also partnering with Integrated Family Services, which does a lot of the mobile crisis. But Port is one of our largest substance abuse providers with years and years and years of experience, and they run a very good program. So that just opened up about a month ago, but we did the grand opening last week. And like I said, Integrated Family Services covers all 26 of our counties, but they don't have an office in all 26, but they do have an office in Nash County, okay? We have Recovery International doing wellness classes over at the library right now, and those are held on a weekly basis over there. We did, like you mentioned, the groundbreaking, which we really appreciate being a part of that. I look forward to when we do the ribbon cutting and opening up the inclusive playground. We do have some additional money. The state has some additional money that's going to be taking a look at the medication-assisted treatment program here in Nash County. And also, we did an RFP for school-based therapy, and so that can continue to be addressed in your school systems. So last is just the numbers for Nash County. Total number of consumers served with mental health, developmental disabilities, and substance abuse was 2,695. Those with a primary diagnosis of mental health was 2,091. Those with a primary diagnosis of substance use was 531. And those with intellectual and developmental disabilities was 432. And you being a numbers person, the numbers don't add up to that. It's because folks are receiving multiple different types of services for some of the dually diagnosed individuals. So I really appreciate your time this morning, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any questions from board members? Mr. Belfield?
Yes, in talking about the changes where the insurance companies will be getting the more moderate ones, who's fact-checking on that phase of the program?
Very good question, Commissioner. So the state is in the process right now, and it's kind of a twofold question. One is they've got to decide which individuals fit into the low to moderate and which ones fit into the high. So the state is working on that, okay? But then in that sense, they are also trying to educate the individuals that are currently being served on and I'll use one example that I hear as one of the criteria, okay? If someone just has basic outpatient services, they'll probably be in the standard plan. But if that individual has 2 psychiatric hospital stays within 18 months, that individual will probably get moved over to the tailored plan. And I think the other piece of your question then is how will that individual get moved over in between the 2 plans? And there is work being done by the state on how that transition can occur, but I have not seen that process yet unfold of the details of that.
Yeah, another question is transportation to where they need to go. Is that going to be contracted, or the insurance company going to do it themselves?
That's a very good question. I don't know if the insurance companies would be doing that or not. I really don't.
Well, those are things that seem like many ought to have I'm going to use the term dry run, but at least experiment as to what work and what won't before they get into it, because we've had quite a bit of issues with the state with mental health in the past, and we want to make it work.
Yeah.
To serve these people, because mental illness is increasing.
Yep.
It's moving up fast. And I guess it's the society, the way society is moving today, it's moving fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, I hope it works.
Thank you.
And
So do we. Yes.
Other questions from commissioners at this time? Mr. Lamb?
No.
Okay. Dave, we can't say enough about how we thank you for being here, making the presentation. What you said about the whole health part of it, I think this is the first time I've been aware of this, or something I read and forgot, but that's a big change for you, isn't it?
It is. It's a very big change. Yes. And that's why I said I've been doing this 35 years, and this is one of the biggest.
Yeah.
So.
Big. Does that change your overall budget significantly for Trillium?
This is supposed to be budget neutral. And so I guess one of the best ways that I've heard it explained is we won't be serving as many people.
Right.
Okay? But we will be have more services to cover on the individuals that we do serve. And so
It's got to make you have to do some changes in the employees you have, though.
that's exactly what we're doing internally. Yes. Yep.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for the job that Trillium has done for us
Thank
in
you.
the last 18 months, as you said.
Yes. All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 8, which is a update on our upcoming census. Mr. Tyson, I understand Laura will not be with us, and you're going to handle a part or all of this? How does it work, sir?
I'm going to just touch on it real briefly. Laura McLetty, the U.S. Census Bureau Partnership Coordinator for our state, was scheduled to join us this morning and give a brief presentation to the board on the upcoming 2020 U.S. Census. However, she contacted us late last Friday, had us changed her schedule. That would mean she would not be available to be here today. She has asked to reschedule that presentation, and she'll let us know when she's available to do so. But I did want to take just a brief opportunity to touch on the upcoming census with the board. As you're already aware, the census is a population count that's conducted every 10 years as mandated by the U.S. Constitution. It's an extremely important process to Nash County. Not only do the population totals derived from the census help determine how many seats the state holds in the U.S. House of Representatives, but it also helps determine the shape and content of our other state and local legislative, school, and voting districts. And it helps determine how approximately $675 billion in federal assistance is distributed each year. Since that accurate census count is so vital to our community, the Census Bureau has requested that we partner with it to implement a local census awareness campaign. This is generally done through the creation of a county complete count committee, and that's a group of trusted local people already serving in the areas of local government, education, business, healthcare, community-based organizations, faith-based groups, the media, and others who will come together to create this campaign to increase participation among our residents in the 2020 census. At the request of the county manager, I'll be coordinating the work of Nash County's Complete Count Committee, along with technical support from our GIS administrator, Brad Parker, and the Census Bureau will be providing training and direction for our efforts. It's early days yet with this committee. We're still about a year out from the height of census activity, which will be about this time next year. As we get closer to actually establishing the committee itself, we will be asking for participation and input from this board, particularly from the commissioners who represent districts that we identify as having lower response rates in the previous census that was done 10 years ago, because that's where we'll want to target our efforts. Included in your agenda this morning is a resolution for the board's consideration. It's just in general support of the 2020 census, and more specifically, the upcoming work of the Nash County Complete Count Committee. Depending upon the will of the board, you could either vote on this resolution this morning, or if you wish to table it until Ms. McLetty can join us for her presentation, either option would be totally fine.
And you think her appearance would be in a timely manner to get this done?
I hope so. She didn't give me any indication on Friday as to when she will be available, but we will need to be starting this process up soon to be prepared, and so I anticipate she'll be here sooner than later.
Right. Do you, as been charged with this responsibility, have a preference? I think just sitting here, not thinking through it well, I'd kind of like to approve it when she was here, but do you have a preference?
I don't have a preference. It's a fairly general resolution. Like I said, it's just in general support of the census and the Complete Count Committee, and I have no reservations about going ahead and approving it if you want to.
Mr. Chair, I think we ought to handle it now.
Okay.
Rather than wait.
Well, we can certainly do that. Any questions of Mr. Tyson while he's up there? Do you have with you those district numbers that are low participation, or ever how the wording you use?
Right. I don't have the numbers. I can tell you in general that there are a few areas inside the city of Rocky Mount that were low, but we anticipate the city is going to form their own Complete Count Committee and will focus their efforts there. With the remainder of the county, it is primarily the western side of the county, so it would be Commissioner Richardson's district, Commissioner Cohn's district, and probably the western portion of Commissioner Leggett's district is where we would see the lower response rates from last census.
Sure. Well, if you just let us know for that for sure. Any other questions from board members? Mr. Lamb?
Yeah, I would like to thank Adam and Brad for stepping up to the plate and offering to do that, do this project. It has been done in the planning department in the past, I understand, and when we had a meeting with the census folks, Adam and Brad stepped up to the plate and offered to coordinate the effort. The one thing that I will note, and he might have hit on it, is the 2010 census, the participation, the voluntary participation was by mail. And this year, it's online. So that will be a change. Last time, we had a 79% participation rate, and then the people had to go out, and those people that had not responded had to determine how many people lived in each household and everything. So our participation goal this time is 80%. We are a little concerned about, since we have internet connectivity issues, places in the county, we are concerned that there might be some drop-off in the participation based on it being online rather than by mail. So thank you again, Adam and Brad, for being willing to take on this task. Thank you.
Is there an intermediate level in there, Mr. Lamb, where we do it online? I'm like you, I think we'll have a significant drop.
I don't think it's exclusively online. I think people's first opportunity to reply will be online.
Right.
And that will remove a lot of addresses off the mailing list, but there'll still be some follow-up mailings and some door-to-door efforts also, so.
That's what I wanted to hear you say.
Yeah.
All right, we thank you, sir, and, Mr. Belfield, you expressed an interest in going ahead and, passing this resolution. Best thing for me to do is take a motion to that effect and see what the board wishes to do.
Yes, I offer a motion that we pass this resolution in support of the United States census and for Nash County
Gotcha. All right, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
All right, got a motion by Commissioner Bellfield, a second by Commissioner Richardson and Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Bellfield. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
All right, I will move on. I got handed a note. I want to make sure one thing. Do we have anyone that might have shown up for a public hearing for the David Manning rezoning request on Old Franklin Road by chance that was withdrawn from the planning board and therefore is not on our agenda? I should have brought this up earlier, but if there's no one here, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure you knew it had been canceled at the planning board level. All right, great, thank you. Move on to item number 9, which is a request for grant application approval for the Community Block Grant Services Anti-Poverty Plan by Need Incorporated. And I'll call on Janelle Rogers at this time. And Janelle, I hope I pronounced your name right, first name?
Yes, sir, you did.
Okay, great, welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning. So first, let me say thank you for having the opportunity to be able to come on behalf of Nash Edgecombe Economic Development. I am the new director with Need. Been employed since April of 2017. So I'm getting my feet wet in this organization. So we probably next year would have my CSBG director that will come and give this report about our CSBG grant. And if it's okay, I'm going to briefly explain what this is. So just a little bit of background information about who Need is. We have about $10 million that we operate in this nonprofit. We have our Community Services Block Grant, we have our HUD program, and then we also have Head Start. We have Head Start in 3 counties, which is Nash, Edgecombe, and also Wilson. So we have about 8 centers, so it's about 3 in each county and 2, I believe, in Wilson. So we operate a lot within the counties. And just a little bit about the CSBG grant. This is our makeup of who we are dealing with the community. We do self-sufficiency training with the clients that come through our agency, and we're supposed to work on them through education, through employment efforts, helping them get out of poverty. So the anti-poverty plan that I submitted for you guys to review, it's a very, very in-depth application, but I took out the plan and process narrative that talks a lot in reference to the support that we need to get from low-income community, from the agency staff, and then also our board members. And your page will be page 3, but at the bottom it'll say page 13. So I'm not going to go back and read everything about this narrative. But the support is basically for us to be able to make sure we have strategies and services in place to address the client's short-term and long-term needs in reference to self-sufficiency. With that information, my staff, the community partners that's on my board, and also anybody that makes up the private sector as well, comes to the board meetings, present the information or resources that they have, give it to the staff, and we work together to figure out what we can do to raise the client's level. And so when you read this information, it specifically just talks about some outcomes that we need to do at the end of the year. And that is on page 28 of your page. And it will talk about outcome measures that look at obtaining employment, making sure they have medical benefits, that they find better employment, that they have some kind of education and training and programs. We make sure that they have standard housing. We provide emergency assistance, employment supports, and then also educational supports. So for next year, starting in July 1, we're going to be looking at about 48 clients that's going to come through the Nash Edgecombe area, also Wilson area, to actually receive these educational or these supports. So what I've been doing over the last year and a half is looking for partnerships within Nash County, also in Edgecombe County, also in Wilson, to help partner to be able to do these services or find services or link them to services. This particular next year, we're going to get about $500,000, which makes up a very small portion of our need grant funding. But it's, like I said, our signature of what we do in the community, and we're all in self-sufficiency. So if you have any questions further about what we do for the clients, I'm definitely willing to talk to the representatives at any time. We're still looking to strengthen this program. It's changed over the last couple of years, definitely in more depth this year, going into next year, about making sure we reach our outcomes in the areas that I mentioned.
All right, any questions of board members first?
Are you asking for the Board of Commissioners' support with the block grants, or just you presenting it for information?
I'm
We
doing
have a
both.
motion, Mr. Belfield, on the agenda. Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
We do have a motion to approve. It's on the second, well, I don't know where it's at there. I'm looking at a paper copy.
Yeah, I was looking at my agenda, I didn't see it. Maybe I overlooked it.
It's in there.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry then.
Other questions, Mr. Belfield?
No, that was
Okay.
just a question.
All
I overlooked that in the agenda. Let me go back.
Any other commissioner have a question at this time?
I'll just let him know, it's on page 55 is the signature page, and it's to be signed by our clerk to the board upon
Right.
your approval.
Okay, it's down there with a board appointment.
Janelle, first of all, let me say, I've heard some great things about your term serving as head of this board, already. I've also, and I don't rely on things I hear in the street, I just continue to watch, but I've also heard of a few issues possibly with oversight of what money flows through this thing. In your opinion, and I realize I'm putting you on the spot, the first time I've ever met you, but that's just the way I operate. I apologize for being blunt, but in your opinion, do you think we're in a good place now with that type of potential issue? As you see in my presentation, Nash County is very proud of the way we conduct our business, and I mean extremely proud, because we know that how you conduct your business is how you continue to receive grant-type things. But you're smiling, that means you're not mad with me. It also means that maybe you have an answer for me, and if you'd like to get back with me later, I owe you that courtesy to do that.
Well, actually, I get that question all the time.
Or do you really?
I do. And so just a little bit about me. I've been managing nonprofit for the last 20 years. I know I look about 18, but for 20 years. And I actually came from the funder of the CSPG grant a couple of years ago. I worked at the state office.
Right.
And so I knew a little bit about Need Incorporated just in reference of other financial meetings and things like that on the funder level. Coming into this organization, I noticed that there's just some transition in how we report information. And so being the new kid on the block, of course, there's a lot of resistance sometimes, but I also have a lot of support. My agency is in the middle of transitioning board members, transitioning a lot of my staff, just so we can be more accountable into the needs of this particular program. I'm hopeful, if I can say that much, I'm hopeful that we'll get good representation as I continue to go across the 3 counties and just talk about who we are and bring light to the outcomes of this particular grant. We have to have the involvement. We have to show the support to the community because these are your representations. I mean, they're your representatives. And then, of course, we know we have to make you look good as well to know that we are stewarding this money correctly. But it's a fight, it's a transition. The more I continue to get support from management, I think we'll be okay. But like I said, there's some time. It's going to take a little bit of time, but I'm hopeful. Once this application is given back to the Office of Economic Opportunities, we'll have more training with my board members, some more training with my staff, just so they can understand their impact and being able to tell the story in DC about why we need this money, what we do with it, and so forth. So I think the more we can continue to be transparent and educate not only you all, but the citizens and, again, my staff, I think we'll be all right.
All right, a good answer to be put on the spot, I think. I do have some concern, and I think our other board members have some concern, based on just some of the things that we hear about. Again, what I know is not necessarily facts, and I have to have facts to form an opinion, as all of us should. But we currently have, are you in a position, I asked for the information, and I've read it and tried to digest it, but I'm not quite clear. We have a couple of board members now. Some of the other counties have more board members than that. We have a couple of vacancies, but could you, in 30 words or less, explain how your board members come to be on your board? And I'm concerned, of course, about Nash County.
Sure. Okay. So our board is made up of 18 members, 6 in each county. So Nash, Edgecombe, and Wilson. It's a tripartite board, so it has to be made up of low income, of the private, and also the public sector. And so I do know out of Nash County, we have 2 open spots of low income in our 1st and 2nd district. We've had that, those spots vacant for a while.
Next,
And-
if you don't mind.
Sure.
When you say 1st and 2nd district, what district are you speaking of?
I'm sorry,
Is that
I-
our district or is that some other county?
I'm sorry, here in Nash, yes, sir. But I don't know the areas. I didn't bring that
That's okay,
detailed
but
information.
you're not referring to a commissioner district. You're talking about some district that you have?
Yes, it's
Okay.
hold on.
And you can get that to us, that's not important. I just want to
Okay.
understand, because I see we have some members, some vacancies that we haven't filled. Now, does this board fill those, or it seems like to me in my literature, some of those positions your board fills?
Yes. So the Nash, you would represent, you would send someone that represents your area, which I do believe, Ms. Amy, we have 2
You
positions,
currently,
correctly?
you currently have 2.
Yes, I think it's 2. So we do need you to appoint, the board to appoint for that particular position. But then also for my low-income representation for Nash, I would get the commissioners to help me with that as well, to fill that
But
vacancy.
your board actually appoint those 2 is
Yes.
what I got out of it?
Yes.
Okay. So do you know why they've been vacant so long if your board appoints them? Your expression tells me, no, you do not, no, you don't. I'm fine with
I
that.
do, I just try to stay neutral.
I
I would
understand.
just say, just because of the transparency of where we are and trying to build the organization, we just have a lot that will come in and a lot will go off.
Go out, okay, all right. But you will, you're willing to let our board of commissioners participate in that process of finding people that will work well on your board?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, which is similar to what we do, you know, with numerous ones of our boards, quite frankly.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And I apologize, I'm new to the programmatic shift of this particular
I think you've
program.
done wonderful. Apology is not necessary, because I know I'm a little bit blunt sometimes, but you
Okay.
kind of got to learn. And this
okay.
particular item, we need to learn real quick. Any other questions from board members? Mr. Lamb?
No.
Okay. We certainly appreciate it, and I look forward to working with you, and thank you for the job that I understand you are doing since you've been here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I would just ask for any other questions from the commissioners at this time, or I would ask for the pleasure of the board on this item.
For motion to approve and support the community block grants.
I have a motion by Mr. Belfield to, let me see exactly what we're doing. What
Community
we're doing
service
is
block
supporting the grant application, Mr. Belfield, and giving the clerk permission to sign the application, the documentation for it. So it's really supporting the grant application.
Yeah,
And, okay.
that's what I said.
Oh, okay, all right.
In my motion.
I guess I'm trying to make myself understand it. I'm not saying you did anything wrong. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Belfield, a second by Commissioner Outlaw, and someone else down here, Ms. Wells, okay. All right, so any questions on that motion? I would just say prior to voting, I do have a genuine concern, but I certainly think it's something that we can get more involved in, and we'll do something a little bit later on under board appointments to hopefully start that process, particularly about the vacant seats. But with that said, all in favor of the motion, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Opposed by a like sign? Seeing none, the motion to support the grant application and give the clerk permission to sign the documentation is approved. And thank you again, Ms. Rogers, for being here this morning. Next item on the agenda is item 10, which is a quasi-judicial public hearing to rezone approximately 32 acres from R30 to R20. As I generally do, we hadn't had one right recently on a rezoning. I would again caution the board to listen to all the evidence, and in your questioning, try not to reveal how you feel about it until we actually vote. And I call on Ms. Nixon to make this presentation. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Excuse me, a little bit froggy. Get my water. Thank you. Let's have an aerial first. This morning, we have a conditional use rezoning request. This is a conditional use rezoning request. Request is to rezone approximately 32 acres. It's located on the east side of Barnes Hill Church Road. This is Barnes Hill Church and Oak Level Road here to the north. And the request is to rezone from R30, which is a single-family and two-family residential, to R20 CU, which is a medium-density residential with conditional use. And as I wanted to mention, this property is located in Commissioners District 5, and I would note that the written notice of the public meeting was sent to property owners, and I believe your agenda says January 9th, but it was on January 24th. A letter was sent to those. The letter that was sent on January 9th was referencing the planning board meeting. So this meeting was, the public was notified on January 24th mailing for this meeting. The subject property is currently zoned R30. The adjacent 16 lots, these 16 lots here, which is the first part of the Castleberry subdivision, and also the lots across the street, which is a different subdivision, which is called Daniel Farm. Those were both developed with the R30 size minimum square foot lot. Hunter Stone is the applicant who has submitted this conditional use rezoning request on the behalf of H&S Land, which is the property owner. And he has included in the request a number of restrictions on the list of permitted uses that are typically allowed in an R20 zoning district. And that your packet, I believe, includes the table of permitted use excerpts for the R30 and the R20 zoning districts, so you can look at what the comparison is between the uses allowed in those two districts. The applicant has restricted the uses of boarding and rooming houses, congregate care facilities, manufactured homes, and manufactured home parks are all prohibited. And the applicant has also included a restriction or a prohibition on using the cluster development option when developing this property. And the zoning request was submitted in anticipation of completing in the second part or another expansion of the Castleberry subdivision. R20 medium density zoning district, primarily intended to accommodate single-family detached dwellings, Class A manufactured homes, which in this case have been prohibited. two-family dwellings in areas where public water and/or public sewer services are available, or where soil characteristics allow for medium-density development. The conditions that have been proposed by the applicant make the uses allowed in the proposed R20 CU substantially the same as the type of land uses that are currently allowed in the R30 district. So what they've done is they have taken the list of R30 uses and the list of R20 uses and removed those uses that are typically allowed in the R20 but not in the R30. However, so the uses allowed are substantially the same. The biggest change that would be accomplished in the rezoning would be that the density that would be allowed to increase by reducing the general lot size from 30,000 square foot minimum to 20,000 square foot minimum. Excuse me. The applicant estimates that under the requirements of the proposed R20 zoning district, that this subject property could potentially be divided into about 44 single-family lots or new residential lots. And additionally, do remember that all the proposed new lots must be evaluated for septic system suitability prior to their development or prior to being recorded. So that means that in the actual size of the lots that will be recorded in the future subdivision are dependent on the ability of those individual lots to sustain the individual septic systems that will be required, since there's no public sewer provided to this property. Subject property is 32.13 acres. It is currently undeveloped. You might be able to see better from this. It is currently undeveloped. It is not located in a regulated floodplain, although the southern portion down here, you can see some wooded areas. There's a stream, I think, that runs along in the southern portion. It may be affected by, those lots may be affected by a riparian buffer. It is in the Tar-Pamlico River Basin, as well as a WS4PA Watershed Protection Overlay District. And what that means is that the future development will have to comply with those watershed protections. In terms of residential development, the WS4PA generally limits residential development to 2 units per acre or up to 3 units per acre if you don't have curb and gutter on the roadways. Typical development in Nash County does not have curb and gutter. Usually it's developed with ditches. The property, let's see, the property does have access to an existing Nash County public water along the Barnes Hill Church Road right-of-way. However, there is no public sewer service currently, and so, as we mentioned just a few minutes ago, any residential development would be dependent on individual septic systems. This is the zoning map. So what you can see in the area, not quite sure you can see it quite far away, but this lighter green is the R30. You can see it spread quite a bit around. There is R40 residential to the south and west. There's R20 residential up here to the northeast of the site along Oak Level Road. And there is an R, you can see this light green has some hash marks on it that indicates that that is also an R20 conditional use area here at this subdivision. This is your subject property. Nash County Land Development Plan designates a subject property as suburban growth, where significant residential growth is anticipated to occur. The request is consistent with the recommendations of the Land Development Plan because the increased development density afforded by the R20 zoning district will help accommodate residential growth that's anticipated in those areas. The plan does explicitly support rezoning to R20 zoning districts in the suburban growth area where public water service is available, and also the conditions proposed by the applicant to prohibit development of manufactured homes on the subject property is equivalent to the plan's recommendation that any residential rezonings within the suburban growth area should be limited to RA districts only unless both public water and sewer is available. In terms of spot zoning, although there's already some existing R20 zoning around in this area, It's not directly adjacent. There's some R30, there's some conditional use zoning up here, but there is there's a variety of housing and zoning districts in the area, of housing densities in the area. However, the request could also be considered reasonable spot zoning because the subject property is already zoned for residential, and the conditions on the proposed zoning district are actually more restrictive in terms of permitted land use types due to the condition that it has about manufactured homes. And also, the request is consistent with the recommendations of the Land Development Plan as established previously. Excuse me. The Technical Review Committee considered this conditional use rezoning request on January 4th, and that recommended approval with conditions based on the determination that the request is reasonable, it is in the public interest, and it's reasonable, and it is reasonable spot zoning. At the Planning Board meeting on January 22nd, Planning Board heard from the staff, applicants, and the public. 2 citizens spoke against the rezoning request and/or voiced concerns about the request. Several additional citizens attended but did not address the board. Concerns included home size and the value compared to the current homes if the lots were made smaller, and also traffic safety conditions with the volume of additional traffic that would be generated by the lots. After discussion, the Planning Board made the following recommendations regarding the request, which was approval of consistency statement A as shown in your packet. Then the board also unanimously approved the request, approved recommending to this board that the request to rezone from R30 to R20 CU with the conditions. And they also approved unanimously the issuing of a conditional use permit with the specified conditions listed in the motion below, in motion number 3 in your suggested motions. And note in the motions that I had in your initial package that was mailed to you, if you look over at conditions, at the conditions in motion number 3, there needs to be added, if you don't have an updated one, be sure that your packet has condition number 3, which is that cluster development option provisions will not be utilized in developing the subject tract. That was a condition that was added by the applicant during the discussions at the planning board level. And I omitted it from your original report that was sent, and I sent a corrected report out. Okay?
I think we got the update.
Okay.
Tablets for that now.
So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions that the board has.
Any
And it will be a quasi-judicial.
Sure. Any questions of Ms. Nixon at this time from board members?
I have a question.
Sure.
You mentioned that in the planning board meeting that concerns about traffic safety were brought forward. How were those addressed?
I'll let the applicant address also. I can tell you what was said at the planning board meeting, is that I think he can probably address that better than I can, if you want to do that, when he comes up. Generally, it's about the number of points of impact, potential impact, the way that the existing development is developed, where everybody has their own separate driveway. I think each one of those creates a potential impact point, and actually consolidating those into a single road kind of funnels all of the traffic to one location rather than having that kind of spread out. He'll probably explain that more technically and clearly than I did, but anyway, that's basically it.
Thank you.
Other questions, Mr. Leggett? Any other questions? Mr. Lamb?
You might have touched on this, but the surrounding lots, are they R20 or R30?
These along the frontages are R30.
Oh, R30, okay, thank you.
Evidently, Barnes Hill Church Road is not one of our high-traffic streets, or doesn't meet that threshold apparently,
I
to
don't
have that
believe-
many lots on there.
Yeah, I don't believe it is.
That must not be, or wasn't at the time anyway.
Well, right, at that time, it would not have been, certainly. can't testify for sure to that.
I understand.
Till the subdivision comes in. I don't think I checked that at this
Right.
point.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Nixon?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. At this time, we need to go into a public hearing. It will be a quasi judicial hearing, and what that means is if anybody is going to wish to speak for or against this request, I'd like for you all to come up at the same time and let our attorney swear you in, and that's for or against it. If you would just step forward at this time, and then I will call on you individually to make your comments. Mr. Sutton's, anyone else?
Chairman.
Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Would you like to hear from the applicant first?
I need to go into public hearing first. Entertain a motion to go into public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing to hear any comment from anyone in the audience concerning this quasi judicial public hearing on the rezoning of 32 acres. And what we'd ask you to do is come forward one at a time, state your name, your address, and the board would be glad to hear from you. Any comments about that? Doesn't matter which order, quite frankly. Good morning, sir. Long time no see.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ron Sutton. I'm with Herring Sutton Associates in Wilson, and I'm here today representing H&S Land. Our mailing address is 2201 Nash Street Northwest in Wilson, 27896 for the record. First, I'd like to say that we concur with TRC findings and recommendations and the recommendation to the planning board, which was unanimous, that this rezoning request is in keeping with your land development plan for Nash County and for approval. Would like to address one issue that come up from Commissioner Leggett had concerning safety with its subdivision. There were comments made during the planning board meeting about increased traffic, those type issues. First, let me say this, that normally is not a rezoning issue, it's more of a preliminary plan issue. And at such time, that would be addressed with the development plan that's provided at the time preliminary plan is submitted for planning board approval. Would point out to you also that we're required to obtain a driveway permit for street access from North Carolina Department of Transportation. The North Carolina Department of Transportation is going to dictate what type of improvements we have to make at that connection point in order to get a driveway permit approval for the street. What those are at this point in time, I don't know. We're in the process of preparing some sketch plans, and once we have a plan that we're comfortable with that will fit the property, we will forward that to the DOT for their recommendations on improvements at the intersection. And we would have to abide by what they tell us we got to do. We don't have a lot of choice. If not, they won't grant access. But typically, in a traffic situation, as alluded to by your plan director, traffic engineers look at points of conflict. Points of conflict is anywhere you have a driveway. As you see here in this case, all along the frontage, there are single-family residential houses that have been constructed, and each one of those has at least one driveway. Well, for the 44 units plus or minus that we're proposing to build in this area, we'll have one driveway cut for all 44 onto the public right-of-way. Will there be increase in traffic on this road? Yes, there will be. That's synonymous with any time you had development of land. When these lots that are currently there were developed, the traffic was lower then. When they were built, it increased, and it'll increase again when we come in and do our improvements. I could say DOT will dictate what type of improvements we have to make to
provide for the public health and safety. We feel that by the restrictions that we have placed on this request, one, that we are in keeping with your land development plan. Two, we're providing greater restrictions on this property than we would normally have in a R30. And you can't consider this, but with the, whatever covenants that were in the first section, that's going to apply to the second section. And they are more restrictive than your zoning ordinance in that, one, they also prohibit modular homes, which basically what I'm trying to say to you is this: we're looking at building a single-family, stick-built residential subdivision for single-family use and not two-family use either. And with that, any comments that we made in the planning board meeting concerning what we're planning to do, we're perfectly prepared to live up to those comments. But I don't feel that some of those comments are a matter for debate in a rezoning hearing because they're outside the hearing itself. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions any member of the board may have at this point in time.
Any questions, Mr. Sutton, by a board member?
Yeah, I just got one thing I want to ask you. Yes, sir. I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. It's currently zoned R30. Yes, sir. And the proposal is to move it to R20. Yes, sir. And you've added restrictions on the R20. Yes, sir. Including the cluster option, which could take you to a very small lot size. That is correct. If you didn't do anything with the property, just keep it R30, you could still provide modular homes and manufactured homes on the property. That's what I'm reading here. Is that correct, Ms. Nash? We can, what I'm trying to figure out is what I currently have. So what I currently have is a situation where I could have manufactured homes and modular homes. And if I went to R20, you have actually taken that out of the equation? To address your question specifically, in our conditional use request, we've eliminated the manufactured homes. That is one of the conditions of the rezoning. The boards, typically boards don't get into modular homes because that's looked at somewhat equivalent to single-family manufacturer. We can't do that in a rezoning hearing like this. However, we have addressed that in the covenances. But the boards are not supposed to consider covenances. So are you saying that in R30 or R20, you could have modular homes? Yes, you can by zoning. Okay. I wonder but with our request, the manufactured homes are prohibited. Right. We couldn't address the modular home issue in the rezoning request. And why is that? We're not, it's like saying you can't build a single-family house because it's a technical issue. Your attorney may want to address that for you.
I think it's state law, to be honest with you.
It is indeed, Wayne, state law that home and a stick-built home are considered equals.
They are comparable to a stick-built home.
They are considered equals in state law, yes.
And
they fall under a different code than what a manufactured home falls under. They fall under my general building code, whereas a manufactured home does not.
But it was indicated that these are going to be stick-built homes. That is correct.
But I want the board to understand, and he is referring to that as being in a covenant. That is something that particular developer will develop that everybody has to adhere to, but we can't enforce it. It is enforced by the homeowners, and normally it has an expiration time, and normally people are not aware of it and do not renew that thing, or it could have a rolling renewal, being that I haven't seen it, but we really shouldn't consider that because it's an unenforceable item by this board. I mean, it's
I'm
good to know what
just
he's
trying
saying.
to understand it a little bit. So what mandates to the developer to have that in the covenant?
There is no mandate. It is a choice of the developer to put that in the covenants. He can or he doesn't
Was the
have to.
developer asked that question? Would he put that in the covenant?
What he stated was it was in the original covenants for the front lots, and therefore it is a normality that it would flow into the rest of that particular subdivision.
So it is in fact in the covenant?
I'm taking his word for it. I haven't looked, but I'm sure it is.
Mr. Outlaw, to address you specifically, one, yes, it is in the covenants for section 1. If you, and I'm not an attorney, don't try to be one, don't profess to be one. There is some debate about whether or not the covenants, the current covenants on file apply to this 32 acres. But those 32 acres do show on the plat with other lots. So again, I'm not an attorney there. I'm just going to say that I have been, with the approval of the developers of the land, we're looking at keeping the same covenants, which would restrict modular homes. And that's a choice we've made that we're legally allowed to do, to make it more restrictive than what current zoning allows.
So what I've heard is you've got a covenant, but you don't really know if it applies to this tract of land, if it could be enforced.
I say that's a legal question, and I'm not an attorney.
Generally, developers will record a new set of covenants for a new section of a subdivision when there's a brand new one like this.
Yes.
Of course, that's not before us today for our consideration.
That's right. That's correct.
Other questions, Mr. Outlaw?
No.
Any other board member question, Mr. Sutton, before I move on to the next person? Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I would request right, if I need to come back and rebut any statements may come up for the rest of the hearing.
That's fine.
Thanks, sir.
All right, our next speaker, you would state your name and address, sir, for the record.
My name is Dan Bell, 117 Whitby Court, Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Mr. Chairman, board members, thank you for giving me the time. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Tyson and Ms. Nixon for their help and in the help of communicating the various issues related to this development. Secondly, I'd like to thank H&S Land Company because they have, I think, gone the extra mile in some ways. So my issues are basically as follows. First of all, my family, specifically my sister, my mother, and various other relatives own the land directly to the east and to the southeast of the property. So therefore, we are looking at the development from maybe a different perspective than some other people. If you'll look at the map.
Dan, let me ask you a question right quick. Is that oriented north the way we're looking at it, Nancy?
To help you, if you look at the map, to the right of the property, you will see a field.
I see it now. Now, it is oriented
Okay.
north, okay. So your property, I know where it's at now, thank you.
And so this particular development bisects the open land, and the land to the east, which is open, is owned by my sister. It's approximately 20-plus acres of open land that would be adjacent to the proposed development. First, I do like the idea of the single family. I do like the restrictions that H&S has placed on it. I do have a couple of questions, and I did talk with the representative that was here just earlier from H&S this morning. And we talked about an issue in the planning board meeting, and that issue is the size of the homes. Now, we used a term called comparable side, or comparable size. Now, if you look at Webster's, which I have not, that means similar, same, about equal. Well, in talking with the developer today, he indicated that he had found one house adjacent to his development that had something less than 1,300 square feet. Most of the homes there, as I think all of you know who've been down Barnes Hill Road, is substantially larger than that. I think the developer is saying, and perhaps I'm saying this incorrectly, that he's not going to build anything less than 1,500 square feet. But from my perspective, what I heard him say was comparable. Now, comparable could also mean average, but it certainly doesn't mean 1,300 square feet. It certainly, in my opinion, doesn't mean 1,500 square feet. I'd like that to be a little better defined. Another issue, when you're moving the size of the property from 30,000 square feet to 20,000 square feet, and you're looking at septic systems, and you're looking at my sister's property or my mother's property adjacent to this, you kind of wonder what happens to water quality when you're throwing that many septic systems together. I'm not a soil conservationist or a soil scientist or anything of that nature, but I do question that. Lastly, and we keep talking about covenants, and what I don't understand is how we can come to this meeting and not know whether or not there is a covenant for the group the houses that are already there, or what that covenant says. But I can say this: if you own the property adjacent to this development, would you want to say, I agree with 44 lots, when I do not know whether or not they're going to put dog pens up? I don't know what kind of outbuildings the people are going to have. I don't know what kind of maintenance requirements is going to be in this particular property. I don't know any of those things. But what I can tell you, very simply, is that if it's not done well, it will impact adjacent property. Now, I realize that people have certain rights in developing and the use of their property, but I also recognize that they do not have the right to affect the values or the use of adjacent property. So what I am saying today is I do appreciate what H&S Land Company has agreed to do, but I do think that we need to understand before I personally conclude anything. Of course, I realize I have no interest in being able to do that, but I do think that we need some more information. I thank you for your time, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Any questions of Mr. Bell from commissioners? Mr. Bell, I just would like for you to make sure you understand the board's position, and of course, the covenants, as we have said, is something that we do not or cannot get involved in. It is a developer's choice on what he wishes to put in that covenants. And the other thing that you mentioned are things that would be covered under a covenants, outbuildings, what they look like, maintenance of property, and things of that nature. But we are confined to look at it from a rezoning standpoint only. We have a very tight general statute that has got tighter and tighter over the years that I've been on the board as how we can address a rezoning issue. So I do fully understand your concern, but the action that this board will take, no matter what it is, can't address the things that you have brought forward. It has to be done between yourself and the developer, or any individual and the developer, and get whatever assurances would make you feel better. We are compelled to meet a very tight criteria whether we rezone this or not, and it depends on where it meets what's in our LDC, Land Development Code. And we, of course, depend a lot on what comes out of TRC, and we depend a lot on what comes from our planning board. But I don't want you to not understand that what you're asking for is just something that we can't consider.
Mr. Davis, thank you. I am fully aware of that, and I'm fully aware that in some ways I wasted your time. But on the other side, I was really speaking more to the developer than I was to this group. And I restate, not for the purposes of your vote, but simply as property owners, and most of you are, in fact, I know a number of you.
Right.
You do need to protect adjacent properties. You do need to protect the safety of the people coming in and out, those types of things. But I do fully, Mr. Davis, understand that, and thank you very much for your time.
Yes, sir. And I do need to disagree with one thing that you stated, that we do not feel you've wasted our time at all. That's what we're here for.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. I don't think anyone else came in, since we started the public hearing. No one new that wished to speak that didn't get sworn in, I guess. All right, seeing none, Mr. Sutton, you asked for a chance to speak again if needed. Do you need to speak anymore, sir?
Just 2 minor comments, sir.
Okay.
First, to address the issue, which is let's say public safety, well, not so much public safety, but public health issue about the septic tanks. The reason you have 30,000 square foot lots is, and there's still parts of Nash County that you don't have county water. We do have county water available. We are going to tie on to that county water as part of our development plan. That allows us to go 20,000 square foot lots. So when you start looking to address that water quality issue, we're not going to have wells, public wells. We're going to have county water. So that, I feel like, addresses the issue that Mr. Bell brought up concerning that. And secondly, the only issue about covenances is whether or not the Section 1 covenances applies to this piece of land or not. That's a moot point because we're going to go with the same set of covenances. And those covenances are a matter of public record on file in the Nash County Register of Deeds office for anyone to look at.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Mr. Bell, I extend the same courtesy to you, sir, if you wish to say anything else, or are you good?
I'm fully aware that Nash County water system will be utilized for this development. I was not referring to that. If you had a home using a well within a few hundred yards of that, and this is on top of a hill, we all know what moves downhill, I think. So that was my point. Secondarily, if you're taking a look at the 20-plus acres that my sister uses, long-term, what happens to the water, the water reservoir underneath it? To my knowledge, county water does not go down Old Carriage Road to that point. So that's the issue that I had, and not with the degradation of the water of the development. Thank you.
Understood, sir. All right, no one else wishes to speak. I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Belfield. Second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? We have 3 actions we need to take on this. We'll just step through them one at a time. I think we all know the process. The first motion would be to adopt a consistency statement. And so everybody understand that A is to move it to the next step, and B would not move any forward. Mr. Leggett, you good? You okay where we are? Okay. All right. Pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the fact that the developer has placed the restrictions on the property that they have placed on it, especially the cluster option. We've got a water system in the area, and we may not have it in some parts of the area, but it could certainly be extended in those areas. I don't think that we're going to build more homes than is going to be allowed per the request for sewer. So With that said, I would move that we adopt consistency statement A for approval.
Second.
All right, I have a motion that considers consistency statement A, and that includes the items listed under it, Mr. Outlaw?
The conditions listed, including the cluster option.
Okay,
And I would hope that the covenant issue would not be an issue.
okay. I have a motion and I have a second that includes the items listed under it. Is there any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Consistency statement A is now adopted. Now we need a motion, number 2, which recommends approval or denying of the rezoning request from R30 to R20.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of the rezoning request from R30 to R20.
I have a motion. I do not have any items under it, and I have a second by Ms. Richardson. Is there any questions on that motion?
Can I get a clarification that that motion was to R20CU and not just R20?
Yes, ma'am.
That is now clarified. Yes, ma'am,
Thank you.
which would make the cluster option go away. I think that's what he meant by saying that, but we'll say CU.
Thank you.
Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries as well. And now, rolling through here, I got one more motion that I need.
That's to authorize the conditional use permit.
Yep, I want to say it correctly, to authorize the conditional use permit. I'd entertain a motion to do that as well.
Mr. Chairman, I move for authorization of the conditional use permit with the conditions listed.
All right, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Outlaw, a second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. I appreciate both parties being here this morning. And Nancy, you got the next item as well?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll move to item number 11, which is a public hearing rezoning 4.51 acres from rural commercial RC to general commercial GC.
This petition is made by David Williams, representing Williams Builders of Rocky Mount, to rezone approximately 4.5 acres located the northeast corner of the intersection of East NC Highway 97, which is here, and South NC 58, which is here. And this is, I'm sorry, I lost my spot. Hold on just a second. These both are located in this and are currently zoned RC commercial. This is the current zoning map of the property. And the request is to rezone the property from RC rural commercial to GC general commercial. And the subject property is part of an existing RC commercial district in this zoning map that includes some property to the north and also some property to the east along Commercial Road. At some of the properties on the Commercial Road area of the RC are currently being developed as residential properties. But this property has been zoned rural commercial for a number of years. And you can see from the zoning map, there's a general commercial, small general commercial district located directly across Highway 58 from that subject property. The GC zoning district permits a broader range of more intensive commercial land uses than what's allowed in the current RC zoning district. It's intended for sites located with access to both major highways and to public water and sewer service, which are all applicable to the subject property. This site is currently undeveloped, and it's not located in a regulated floodplain. It is in the Tarpam River Basin and also in the WS4CA Watershed Protection Overlay District, meaning that the future development would be subject to those requirements. The northern boundary of the subject property may be subject to a 50-foot riparian buffer that's along here. And the site is also located in the horizontal airport height limitation zone, meaning that any future development should not exceed a height of approximately 146 to 156 feet above the ground. That's typically not an issue that we have, but it certainly would be something that we would look at when the development, when an actual development plan is presented. The property has access to existing Nash County public water along both East NC Highway 97 and South NC Highway 58 rights-of-way. It also has access to existing Nash County public sewer along East NC Highway 97. The available sewer capacity in this area currently has some restrictions on it related to non-residential development. An excerpt was from the table of permitted uses was included in your packet, including current uses for RC and GC, to allow you to compare those two and see what the expansion or the rezoning to a GC would mean for the property. One of the things to be noted, excuse me. One of the things to note in the land development plan, the subject property was previously located in an RC node, is what we call the area when we look at them with the land development plans. And a couple of years ago, in 2016, the Board of Commissioners looked at this site at the time that the public sewer service was being looked at for extension to this area. The Board of Commissioners may remember that you looked at this site specifically and made a determination to change the RC node to a GC, and also to a general commercial, and also to expand it to encompass a larger area around the intersection of these two roads. So the rezoning request is consistent with the recommendations of the current land development plan for the general commercial area, because the subject property is located at the intersection of those two major roads. And also because of the recent access of both public water and sewer service to the area. The rezoning will mark the beginning of a transition in this area to the more intensive commercial development that's intended or recognized by the plan. You can see that the zoning and the development in the area is a little more limited, but the addition of that GC in the land development plan and the extension of public water and sewer hopefully will stimulate additional non-residential development around this immediate area. In terms of spot zoning, the rezoning request would not be considered spot zoning because it involves more than one parcel, which is already zoned for moderately intensive commercial development. It's located across from the existing GC, General Commercial Zoning District, and it's in compliance with the land development plan provisions. TRC considered this rezoning request on January 4th, unanimously recommended approval based on its determination that the request is reasonable and in the public interest and consistent with the recommendations of the land development plan. The planning board considered this at their January 22nd meeting. The planning board at that time heard from staff and the applicants, but no citizens spoke for or against the rezoning request. And the planning board unanimously voted for the consistency statement A in support of the application's consistency with the land development plan. And it was followed by a vote to recommend approval of the request as well. With that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions, Ms. Dixon, on this rezoning request? Mr. Outlaw, is this in your district as well? Okay. Ms. Dixon,
Yes.
am I incorrect that on Commercial Road, right behind this property, do we not have residences been built now?
We do have residences under construction there.
Okay. That back up to this property, I guess.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. Does that bring on any additional screening, et cetera, with the GC, that the RC would not have, or both of them would have it probably?
That may come into play at the time of the development of this these two pieces, depending on what's brought forward.
Yeah, and I understand
What kind of
that's not
development they
rezoning
are.
matter. I was just a little bit curious that they had taken that.
It is,
put
it is
houses
a possibility that we could have a commercial use that's backing up to a residential use, and so the residentially used piece may trigger that.
So that, where the homes were being built, did not get rezoned from commercial then? The homes were
Correct.
being built on commercial property?
Correct. In the RC district, a single-family residence is a permitted use
Okay.
in an RC district.
Okay, all right.
Usually typically that captures existing single-family dwellings in RC areas, and it's in there primarily, I think, to cover that single-family residence that's pre-existing, to be able to add a garage or a porch or that kind of thing without running into nonconformity situations.
This is a little bit odd situation.
This one's a little bit different,
Okay.
but still allowed.
No other questions? See you done. Thank you, Ms. Nixon. Entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this item.
So moved.
By Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second? Second by Commissioner Leggett. I can't quite distinguish between y'all's two voices down there, I'm sorry. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing on this rezoning matter of 4.51 acres from an RC to a GC. And at this time, if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to speak for or against this item, I'd ask for you to come forward one at a time, state your name and address. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak on this item? Hey, how are you, sir?
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I am just looking to rezone this because it was zoned,
David, let me get your name and,
I'm sorry. I'm David Williams, 8820 Thomas Road, Rocky Mount, North Carolina.
thank you, sir.
And I do have someone that's interested in purchasing this piece of property, and I am going to put a buffer along where the lots back up to the residential area. That is, I'm going to do myself. Anyway, if you have any questions, that's pretty much.
This is the applicant. Any questions of Mr. Williams, board member? Seems like we're good. David, I think you've been here.
All right, thanks, sir.
Any other questions or any other one wish to speak in the public hearing? Seeing no one, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner
Will.
Wells,
Second.
second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on that motion to close the public hearing? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? We are now out of public hearing, pleasures of the board, and again, we would need a consistency statement, approval first.
Mr. Chairman, I move for adoption of consistency statement A for approval.
Have a motion by Commissioner Outlaw for A. Was there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? And now the rezoning request.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Nash County Board of Commissioners approve the rezoning request.
And I don't believe we have any stipulations on this.
Correct. This is general rezoning.
There were none, but I appreciate the comments that Mr. Williams made about the buffer. I really
Sure.
do.
Yep, all right. Have a motion to approve the rezoning request from RC to
Second.
GC, second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on this motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? All property stands rezoned. Thank you for being here, Mr. Williams. Everybody still okay? You want a break? We'll now take another 10-minute break. And then we'll finish up quickly. All right, I call us back to order at this time. I'd go on to item number 12, which is a public hearing for a UDO text amendment. Ms. Nixon,
Yes.
concerning a cell tower.
Cell towers.
Cell towers, okay?
That's right.
Thank you.
We have moved into the text amendment part of today's agenda. And what that means is that with a text amendment, just as a reminder to the board, what we're looking at is changes that would affect all applicable properties throughout the county. And so this would be a change in the telecommunications facilities, wireless communications facilities ordinance that we have that would change the height of allowable towers. These are freestanding, non-concealed towers, but in those that are located in residential districts. In 2008, Nash County adopted a height limitation of 150 feet for new cell towers that were developed in residential zoning districts in which towers are permitted. This 150 feet was derived from options provided for the wireless telecommunications master plan by our then and now communications consultant, Cityscape. And that limit was set, believe, in consideration of limiting the visual impact of new cell towers in areas that were expanding for residential use, and in areas in which we expected residential uses to increase over the term of the plan. Non-residential districts, including the A1 agricultural district, allow non-concealed towers up to 300 feet, but the 150-foot tower limit applies in residential districts. Taller cell towers generally provide larger wireless coverage areas, meaning that the greater the allowable height, the fewer towers it should require to provide some coverage throughout the county. However, taller towers also have a greater visual impact on the surrounding area, may eventually need to be supplemented with or replaced by more shorter towers in order to provide additional wireless capacity. One has to do, I guess, with the number of houses you can cover with a signal, or the area that you can cover with the signal, and the capacity issue has to do with how strong the signal is and how much stuff you can load onto it, I guess. The applicant will give you a more technical definition, but one has to do with coverage and one has to do with capacity, or you might say quality, or that can be applied. Prior to the ordinance, Nash County's jurisdiction, prior to adopting the wireless ordinance, Nash County's jurisdiction had existing towers. All of those are greater than 200 feet, which reflected a typical pattern for relatively rural counties where taller heights, as we said, provided more coverage as much as possible for their investment. And at that time, consideration for the appearance of towers, if you remember 10 or 15 years ago, there was a lot more concern about the visual, about looking at a tower out in the distance behind your house or in the area. And so there was more consideration for the appearance of towers. And also, at that time, we would see sometimes at the public hearings for towers, we would see people come in opposition that were also concerned about that visual appearance of a tower. As the public becomes more dependent on wireless communications via cell phones and laptops, visible evidence of a nearby wireless tower may be starting to be seen as more of a positive and less of a negative, because it means you probably will get service because there's a tower close by. And so that is sort of I guess, an interpretation of what might be happening, because typically we don't see a lot of resistance to towers in public hearings anymore. That's a little bit of a change. Our UDO also provides for a variance from 150-foot height if the standards for a variance can be met and if it's approved by the Board of Adjustment. Variance requirements are strictly construed, and among other criteria, they do require a negative impact on the subject property itself that does not apply to other properties in the area. I would say that since the 2008 ordinance, no towers have been constructed in a residential zone that conform to the 150-foot tower limit. 2 towers have been permitted in residential zones. One was issued a special use permit by the Board of Adjustment for 195 feet, and the other was approved at 150 feet. And that one has not been constructed and is, in fact, the impetus for the current request to amend the ordinance. This request comes from James LePan with Falcon Foster Real Estate. He has responded on behalf of Verizon Wireless to a denial of the variance by our Board of Adjustment last fall when they applied for both a 150-foot tower and a variance from the height restriction in order to add another 45 feet to that tower. And the tower application was approved, but the variance was not. So they technically have permission to build the tower, but only at 150 feet. So Verizon, or Mr. LePan, on behalf of Verizon Wireless, has submitted this text amendment request in order to increase the maximum permitted height of a freestanding non-concealed tower in residential zoning districts throughout the county from 150 feet up to 199 feet. Everybody clear on that? So this would cover, it would raise in residential districts throughout the county, the request seeks to raise the maximum tower height without a variance from 150 to 199 feet. And it comes about as a result of an earlier request from 2018. We would note that neighboring counties, Franklin County, Warren County, Halifax County, Edgecombe County, Wilson County, Johnston County, and Wake County all permit towers that are taller than 150 feet. With Edgecombe allows 150 feet by right, and then you can ask for additional height if you can demonstrate that there's a necessity for that. Also, Warren County, Halifax County, and Wake County indicate no height limits on the towers. The applicant has specifically chosen 199 feet because there are some implications once you get to 200 feet on a tower. And primarily, my understanding of that is that primarily towers under 200 feet do not require illumination unless they're located within an airport flight path, or if they're above 200 feet, then they do require lighting on the tower. Therefore, the ordinance amendment also proposes, in addition to the height, changing the height requirement, the ordinance amendment also proposes language to establish the county's intent to permit only unlighted towers in residential zones and to define the extension of a previously not illuminated tower. I think I skipped a piece, but anyway, well, I'll address it in just a second. Or to say that that is specifically our intent to not have lighted towers in residential zones. And if you have a tower that's not lighted and you do something to take it over the 200-foot limit that requires a lighted tower, that we would call that a substantial change to the tower. And that all has to do with sort of the permitting process. Cityscape is our longtime wireless telecommunications advisor and consultant, and they provided us with a report that addresses an FCC provision in which towers can be increased in height by 10% or 20 feet from their permitted level under certain circumstances, sorry about that. But it's untested legally whether or not a local government could refuse that increase. So there's provisions in the FCC regulations or guidelines that would allow an increase beyond what the local government has approved. And so the additional language in the proposal addresses what happens when that FCC allowed increase pushes the tower from unlighted to lighted status. And so that addresses the county's position that it's not our intent to have lighted towers in residential zones. Susan Raybold is here from Cityscape. When you get to that place, if you would like for her to explain that better than I did, but that's my general understanding of what the difference in those things are.
All right, any questions of Ms. Dixon at this time from a board member?
Yes.
You want a recommendation? Board recommendation?
Oh, I thought you were ready for us to go, please.
Not quite. Yes, sir, Mr.
Yeah,
Barfield, I'm sorry.
Let me hold
You want me
just a second. Go ahead and do your
To
recommendation.
get to that?
She may answer a question, yes.
So would you like me to read through the changes in the text amendment, or have you got them in your package? Is that sufficient?
I think we got them in the package. Does anybody need it read to them?
Or any clarifications about those? Okay. The Technical Review Committee considered this request on January 4th, and based on discussions with Cityscape, consultants at that meeting. Nash County, they recommended approval of the request. And on January 22nd, the Nash County Planning Board considered the proposed UDO amendment to increase the permitted height of non-concealed wireless towers in residential districts, and to clarify the intent to disallow lighted towers in residential zoning districts. No citizens came forward at that meeting to speak for or against. And the Planning Board unanimously recommended approval of Consistency Statement A, which is in your packet, followed by a unanimous vote to recommend approval of the proposed text amendment to increase the allowable tower height.
All right, Mr. Belfield, go ahead with your question, sir.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Oh, my question is, just for information. This is your planning staff, check the, once they are constructed, to make sure they either comply with the height in which the recommendation has been?
We follow with our typical building permitting processes. Nobody climbs up the tower to measure it, but we have, the plans that are submitted are sealed in order to ensure that that height is what they get built.
So, you don't follow up on the site and nothing like that?
We don't, our staff does not make a specific height check at the end, correct?
Is it done by anybody?
I think it's done, I would say that's in their engineering, and their engineering certifies to us that that's what they built,
Sometimes.
that height is what they built.
Sometimes it may go a few feet above what is required. I mean,
I think the statute
that
says
particular
that
area. So I was just reading, I was wondering about, are they checked to make sure that they are in compliance with what they're supposed to be doing?
I think the statute says it's up to the commissioner whose district it is in to check that height, Mr. Belfield. Any other
You
questions?
can add that to the amendment.
Please,
Yeah.
please don't. Any other questions of Ms. Nixon before we open up the public hearing?
Let me ask you this.
Sure.
You
Yes.
say it's not lighted. Does that mean there's not even a blinking light at night, or it's just?
I believe that is correct if it's under that 200 feet. Susan, is that right? Yes. Right. There doesn't have to be anything on the top of it at that height.
Mr. Outlaw, I really don't know what the issue of the light up there would be. Would it, 200 feet in the air, it's just a blinking red light? Well, it would be an issue anyway, really.
I think it would provide more good
Yeah,
than
and
harm.
harm, yeah.
Yeah,
True.
you got low-flying planes, these little small planes.
200 feet, you need to be making arrangements anyway, I
Ought to have
guess.
something up there.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Nixon. I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this item at this time. Moved by Ms. Richards, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now in a public hearing. If there is anyone that wishes to speak for or against this item in the audience at this time, we'd ask you to come forward, state your name and your address for the record, and we'd be glad to hear from you.
Good afternoon.
Good evening. No. You're right.
My name is Jim LePan, and I am employed by Falcon Foster. My title is a zoning specialist, and my job is to come to communities in the states of North Carolina, South Carolina, and Tennessee, and make applications on behalf of Verizon for putting up cell towers. And that's what I'm doing here today. Well, actually, I'm not. We've already made the application, and we've already been approved for that site. But the reason I'm here is because of these things. That you know, when I first got one of these, you could hold it in your hand and it flipped over. And you had to, in order to dial, you opened it up and then you dialed. And the only thing on that was voice. And this is a chart that is done by Ericsson, the multinational telecom provider. And I'm not sure how clear this is, but at the bottom, there's a different color down here. And at the very bottom, and it just stays flat. It's hard to see this color, but it basically stays flat the whole time. And that's what we used to have, is just voice. You know, opening it up, making a telephone call. That hasn't changed at all. That's basically, you know, that's not the issue here. The issue is the part that's in red, and that is data. Everybody wants to be able to look up on now everybody has a thing that has a computer in it, and they can watch a video, or they can look up the definition of something, or they can do research on it. That's all that data, and that's what's really driving this, a request for a higher tower. This shows that this is the year 2017, and this is the year 2022, and you can see the increase. And this big, down here at the bottom, I didn't have on there, total mobile data, that's what I'm talking about, data traffic is expected to rise at a compound annual growth rate of around 45%. That's a lot of data. I mean, we can't even think of ways right now that's going to be in 3 or 4 years from now, how much data is going to be needed. Households, thermostats, all kinds of things are going to be data, involving data. So the reason why we're looking for a higher tower is so that we can cover a broader area, and we can spread the stronger signals a further distance, because of the people throughout this area driving through and living in those areas. They want to have excellent service in their households. We want to have, and so that's what we're trying to provide. As was indicated earlier, this is a very modest request in relation to the counties around here. The only other county that is at 150 has already in its law a provision that says that if you need to have higher, you can demand it, or you can request it rather. And what we do is, if we need it, is we show these maps that are generated by the radio frequency engineers that show the strength of the signals. This is showing the signal coverage of this site at the current limits, and this is showing it at the antenna itself, the tower itself would be 195. So it's much broader. The stronger signal covers a much larger area, and the very excellent service is in red. And so that's why we're requesting it, so we can provide better service and for people. As far as your question, sir, Mr. Belfield, I wanted to jump up and answer it, which is when Verizon Wireless puts in a request for a building permit to build a 195-foot tower with a 4-foot lightning rod on top of it, and we have already ordered that tower to be manufactured. And these things they're not done casually. It's every inch of that thing is engineered, of its thickness and strength, because we have to hold up several antenna sets on there. So it's a very precise thing and the building permit is going to be based on drawings, engineered drawings. And once we get the building permit, then that's what we're going to do. They'll bring in that tower and set it up. So one important thing is that this is all I do, is I request these permissions to put up towers, and unless it's 250 feet, we don't request 205 or 210 or anything like that. Almost all the towers are below 200 feet, because we basically try not to have it lit just as that's a Verizon program. But if it's got to be 250 feet, then it's going to have a light on it. But, but it will be governed by the building permit. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer it.
Question of the board members?
So none of the towers at this height in surrounding counties are lit with a blinking light or anything?
Anything that's over 200 feet has a Federal Aviation Administration requirement that it must be lit.
Are there any in surrounding counties at 199 feet that are lit? That's the question.
Oh, that I don't know, sir. I'm sorry. I don't really know about that.
Does anybody know?
I would know that it's, my understanding is it's not required for them to be unless they're on a flight path. I would doubt that they were, but I don't know for sure.
Other questions of board members? Anything else, Mr. Outlaw?
There's nothing wrong with going the extra step for safety in 199 feet. Could easily have a blinking light on, or at least lights random that they can be seen.
You could. Typically they don't, because I guess the message is out to someone flying a plane, don't go below 200 feet, because you might not know what's there, unless you're coming into the airport. And the Federal Aviation Administration does watch very carefully and govern anything in the flight path of an airport.
Yeah, we found that out recently ourselves.
You did?
We did. That's another matter, though.
Okay.
Any other questions? Mr. Belfield?
Interference. We have a lot of storms. Storming patterns have changed. You have much interference with those towers where they can't put the signals out like you should?
No, a storm does not affect, it's a radio transmitter and a radio receiver. The cell phone is sends radio signals. And I'm not aware, I'm not an engineer, but I'm not aware that there would be any interference with that. And that Verizon has its own particular frequency that it broadcasts at and receives at. Any other providers on that same tower, any other company that goes on there, they're going to be broadcasting, they're going to be sending and receiving as well, but they're going to be at a different frequency, so there won't be any interference with those.
I know it interferes with a dish.
No. It's all at different,
I know it's
different frequencies.
different, but I know that anytime there's a storm, that dish may not function until it's over, or it lightens up.
I'm not sure those dishes are built quite as sturdily as the cell towers. Cell towers are not going to move around.
Any other questions concerning this rezoning
I
matter?
just want to ask one more, maybe a dumb question, but
Please do.
do drones have the capability to detect light when they're out flying?
I'm sorry, that's a good question, but
Do drones fly below 200 feet?
Okay. You mean?
I mean, people that have these drones.
Oh,
that-
right.
I don't
right.
have one, so.
Right. I don't know whether that's, I guess that's a risk that I would take if I were a drone, flying my drone at night, where
I
I
wouldn't be
couldn't see
worried
it.
about your drone, I'd be worried about your tower.
Right, I understand.
If it hit your tower and
I
did some
understand,
damage.
yes. Yeah.
Other questions on this rezoning request? Seeing none, we thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishes to speak for or against this rezoning at this time? Seeing no one coming forward, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
I move that we close the public hearing.
Motion by Commissioner Belfield, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries, so we are now close the public hearing, the pleasure of the board, and it does take a two-step process again. We need to approve a consistency statement first.
I move that we approve the consistency statement.
A?
Yeah, A.
A, okay.
Yeah.
All right, is there a second to that motion? I have a motion by Commissioner Belfield, second by Commissioner Richardson. Is it something under that I need? We do have some, 3 items that includes that, Mr. Belfield, as well. The 3 items listed below the consistency statement.
Yeah, that's part of A.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
and
so
Ms.
that's what
Richardson, your second includes that as well, okay? Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Seeing none, that well, you a no, Mr. Outlaw.
I'm a no without the lighting,
Okay.
and
understood.
I don't know enough about it to know what 199, 200 feet mean to somebody flying something out there in the middle of the night dark.
Sure. Understood. We'll have, 1 no vote by Commissioner Outlaw. Motion carries. Now we need a motion to approve the, UDO text amendment request.
I move that we approve the UDO text amendment request.
All right, is there a second to that motion? Chairman will second that motion. Is there any question on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
No.
Okay, the, UDO is approved, again, by a 6-1 vote. Moving on to item number 13.
13.
Which is another, public hearing for UDO text amendment, to add the wording biogas production as a permitted use in a general industrial zone district. Ms. Nixon?
Yes, sir. This is another text amendment. Again, a reminder that a text amendment applies to all properties in the county in the appropriate zoning district. This text amendment request is submitted by Tony Pinckney, representing Guests International, North Carolina, in order to amend Nash County's UDO in order to add a new use called biogas production as a permitted use with a P. That's a use by right in GI, General Industrial Zoning Districts. And your your agenda package should include a copy of the current GI, General Industrial uses, so that you can look at what comparable uses or other uses currently allowed in the GI district are while you're considering this request. Also attached, I believe, is a description from the applicant about the general process and logistics of the type of operation that they are involved with, that they would propose. The proposed text amendment would permit development of a utility-scale biogas production facility in a GI, General Industrial Zoning District, which is not necessarily being located on a farm. As a use by right, biogas facilities that are located on a farm and are processing materials from that farm would be considered accessory to the farm, would not be subject to the GI zoning. And a facility that contracts for livestock waste from a couple of different farms or from separate farms or other sources in order to produce natural gas for sale to utility companies or utility distributors by injecting it into the commercial pipeline or distribution pipeline. Those types of operations would be covered by this ordinance, even if some of that livestock is located on the same site as the biogas facility. And I make that distinction because there are some farms in North Carolina that are capturing and are processing some biogas at the farm level. But the proposed operation that we're talking about here would be something different. The end product there is a sufficient scale of gas that they could actually inject it into a commercial distribution, like something that Piedmont Natural Gas or a company such as that are distributing to, I guess, wholesale or retail clients in that. So it's not something where they're collecting and processing gas in order to use it on the site. So that's what makes this one a little bit different. At its most basic, biogas is a renewable energy source resulting from processing brown biomass, which is like hog manure, chicken litter, waste matter, and green biomass, which is a plant materials like crop residuals, that kind of thing. And it's done in anaerobic digesters, and they extract the natural gas, which is primarily methane, out of that processing method. And then in addition to the gas that results, the process produces other byproducts, including what they call a wet digestate, which is held in tanks and trucked off-site, or it can be injected into an existing sewer system as industrial effluent. And also there's a solid part of the digestate, that's the other byproducts, that can be dried to produce an organic fertilizer kind of material. And then that could be resold to farmers or to others as an organic fertilizer. Biogas can be produced from the breakdown of agricultural waste, manure, plant materials. It can also be produced from municipal waste, landfill waste, sewage, or food waste, where you have industries that create a lot of those kinds of waste as well. And this, beginning at the farm location, the process is anaerobic, so they collect the waste at the farm. It's intended to minimize the odor that's normally associated particularly with hog farming, when you put the waste into lagoons for processing. This anaerobic process would actually capture the waste material, particularly the manure, before it gets to a lagoon, and so it goes immediately into an anaerobic or closed system into tanks, and then goes maybe from tanks to truck, from truck to the processing facility. But one of the ideas behind it is that it would reduce the need for processing agricultural from manure and that kind of waste management through the lagoon systems that are a little more typical or historically have been utilized in North Carolina. Any hog or a farming operation that was going to be involved has a waste management plan that's approved by the state. I don't know a lot about those, but I know that if they're going to make changes to that to participate in a facility like one of these, they would have to go through the state process to get that approved management plan changed. And now you're right out of my area, so people up on the board are probably more informed than I. Eastern North Carolina is identified as a prime site for biogas due to the concentration of hog farms and other source materials for this type of operation. And so we've already talked a little bit about lagoons, but currently biogas production occurs on farms and produces energy that can power either generators or maybe sometimes heat the barns or those kinds of things on the existing farm. North Carolina the Utilities Commission has authorized a 3-year pilot program, including at least 2 farm-based operations in Duplin County that are set up to help the state gather information about the quality and the type and what kind of restrictions they need for the gas company in order to receive that gas that's going to be injected into like a PNG gas line or a commercial gas line. So the Utilities Commission has authorized that program to try to be looking at standards in the future. And other than that, I think the utility scale kind of biogas that this amendment is considering or is requesting is a little bit new. It's new in North Carolina. Technology has been used in Europe for quite some time. But that's basically how that process would work. Uses agricultural materials that we have a lot of and would be through local producers and local farms primarily. In terms of, so the ordinance amendment itself would just add a use to the table of permitted uses. That use would be biogas production, and it would be a P in GI zoning districts. So it would go as a use by right. In terms of consistency with the land development plan, specific land uses aren't recommended typically in the land development plan, but the plan does address things like requirements that would be applicable when you're determining districts. So that would apply, the land development plan comments and recommendations would apply more to how to, where to put the GI district rather than what uses go in the district. In terms of course, we don't have a spot zoning recommendation here because this is a county-wide text amendment, so we don't have a specific location. The TRC reviewed this text amendment request on January the 4th, and they discussed that Nash County does have a history of supporting local agriculture and a demonstrated history of supporting renewable resources in our solar farm history. And, but that we don't know very much about the operational impacts of a large-scale biogas production on nearby properties, and so it's difficult. The TRC felt like it was difficult for them to come up with appropriate standards that would be recommended or suggested for development standards or a site-specific review. And so as a result of that, the TRC recommends conditional approval of adding biogas production to the GI general industrial uses in the table. And the condition is just that if the board feels like this use should have a site-specific review, like a conditional use permit before this board or a special use permit, that the only thing that the TRC could recommend in that case or suggest in that case would be that the 4 required tests in North Carolina that are applied to all conditional use permits would be applied rather than those 4 tests plus a list of standards. You know, typically we would have standards that might be a distance from a residence or some of those kinds of things that we typically might add in, but we're just not have enough familiarity with this operation in order to be able to apply those. But certainly if the board was interested in a site-specific review, those 4 tests could be applied at that site-specific, with a site-specific recommendation. The planning board considered this on January the 22nd, and they proposed the UDO amendment to add biogas production as a P, so they approved it, they recommended approval as it was submitted, as a P in GI, general industrial zoning districts, and specifically noted that the range of permitted uses that are already listed in the GI district that are permitted without a specific site review. In other words, the Ps on the GI list that you have right now are already include a number of intensive and pretty heavy industrial uses, and so that the anticipation was that this use would be comparable to one of those. And that was a 7-2 vote with the 2 in dissension, specifically voting against it because they did feel like it was, that like a site-specific review would be better.
That it, Ms. Dixon?
That's it.
All right, questions for board members, Ms. Dixon, at this time? Mr. Lamb?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
And the applicants are here.
Okay. All right, I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this item at this time. Moved by Commissioner Combs, seconded by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, we're now in a public hearing for hearing from anyone on this item about a text amendment. If you wish to speak on it, we'd invite you to come forward at this time. State your name and address for the record, and either for or against, either one, doesn't matter.
That seem okay?
All right, is it improper to ask? Ken, are you speaking as a reporter or as a public?
I would like to speak to it as a citizen.
State your name and address, please.
Ken Ripley, 111 Circle Drive in Spring Hope. As I read through the material in preparation for today's meeting, I was noticing all of the uncertainty that the TRC expressed and all that, and I'm in favor of the industry, and I don't mean to do the sound against it, but I would urge the board to maybe not be quite so open with it. A P is a pretty big blank check, use by right. And I'm wondering at this early stage, and this is utility scale, this is not just normal, it's big. I would urge that maybe the board put a conditional use or special use to whatever use you want to do so that there is a review of it, as opposed to a blank check of letting it just come in at this early stage. You can always ease it up later, but it's harder to scale it back once it gets going and it doesn't work well. So the uncertainty level really bothers me. I would have joined those two on that 7 because there's something, there's just a very high level of uncertainty of what impact it will have. So to just say, let's have it is a concern of mine. And I hope you all will consider that also.
Certainly will, Mr. Ripley. Ms. Nixon, is it improper or the attorney for me to ask the applicant to come forward?
I beg your pardon?
Is it okay if one of us asks the applicant to come forward in case we have questions of them?
Sure, I think they're certainly available if anybody has questions.
Okay, I'd like to have the spokesman come up and just state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is James Elkins. I'm Director of Projects and Regulatory for Gas International. We're the developer. Address is 3700 National Drive in Raleigh.
Good.
And we'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, James. My question was going to kind of be along the line of what Mr. Ripley brought up. You have done this in some other locations, and I'm really wondering, I always like to look what other counties are doing. Where you have done them, were they under a C conditional use or were they under a permitted use?
Well, we are, these particular types of plants, which are co-digestion, we use a technology it's actually the manufacturer's based in Austria. They have over 160 sites there in the UK and Austria. We do take people over there, but these will be the first co-digestion systems built with this technology in the US. We are working with several different counties. We have 7 projects under development in North Carolina and 18 right now overall.
And that's really what my question is based on.
Again, go ahead.
Go ahead when you finish.
Anaerobic digestion is not something new. Co-digestion is not something new. It's just the difference in that we make gas and put it into the system rather than making a little bit of electricity.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I understand that.
Just
Do you
one-
have an answer for that? Mr.
I just happen to know, I don't know about other places, but I do know, I did talk with Wilson County. They have recently approved a project outside of Stantonsburg.
I was aware of
And
that.
theirs was, they considered theirs to be an agricultural operation. They have something in their table of permitted uses called agricultural support or something to that effect. And they did it as a P under that.
Right.
thank you.
I think my concern, again, which matches Mr. Ripley's concern, is the, the openness of the P when we put it on this particular zone. And certainly it is an industrial zone or GI zone, but we have many of those throughout the county. And Ms. Dixon, I can't help but think about the one we approved prior to this in another public hearing where we had a GI zone that was right up next to some residential properties. And I guess you understand what a special use permit means versus a permitted use. And my question is, does that impede because this board, I don't think, wants to do anything to impede your project or impede what we're trying to do here. But there's that particular item, because once we put this in there, it's for you and everybody else with everything else everybody wants to do. So would that special use permit cause you any concern or any delays if the board considered that?
It could, just as far, I'm not gonna say tremendous delays. But basically, we're taking hog manure and corn cobs, local crop residues, and putting them together to create methane. There's, the byproducts, again, are highly sought-after organic fertilizer, and then fairly clean water. And those are the two byproducts. The whole system works in a closed system. Part of what we're doing different than covered lagoons like you have in Kenansville or Duplin County. Our process changes the chemistry and the physical parts of the manure, and also our system is closed. It's a closed loop system. One of our intentions is to reduce the legal crosshairs on the farmer's back as well we clean their lagoons out first thing, put that into our cement digesters, and they start with the clean lagoon. From then on, anything that goes back into it is just wash water. It's basically light gray water. So at that time, they can spray it, or if the dike busts, it's not an EPA spill. So basically, what we're doing is making the farms safer.
Sure. And I do understand that.
For a smell and an environmental standpoint. Now, if you look, and Nancy's done a great job, if you look at the intensive processes that are in the P group, ours is very benign compared to those, to a lot of them.
When the product comes to your facility or to this particular permitted use in a GI zone, it comes in as a solid form. How is it stored at that point?
Which part?
When this product comes in, if I'm understanding it right, I'm trying to make sure I'm thinking right. When that product comes into your facility, wherever it may be in this GI zone, it comes in a solid state.
No, it comes in a moisture content that is pumpable.
Okay.
So it's pumped into tanker trucks, closed tanker trucks, pumped out from a closed tanker truck in a pipe that's connected to the digester. Okay. So it's not open, open to the air. And a lot of the projects, a lot of the manure is produced on the site or directly adjacent to the site. The portions that may be brought in from outside farms are small compared to what we call the master farmer supplies.
But it all comes in a liquid form in an enclosed truck, goes into a liquid system with an enclosed digester.
Yes, just the portion that is coming from what we call co-op farmers, where a master farmer does not have enough to run the system totally. There are cases where there's a co-op, and some of the manure does come in a closed system, closed loop system, just as you repeated. Does that make sense?
It does, but does anything come in that is not in a closed system and stored on site?
Just the green biomass. There's possibility that any energy crops or crop residues will come in a baled fashion.
Gotcha.
Some will be created on the farm itself, and again, some projects will have co-op farmers. We pay the farmers for their manure, which they don't get paid for now, and we pay them to gather the crop residues and any energy crops that they plant or cover crops. That's gathered. It could be stacked silage. It could be stacked, like I said, corn residue, because it's really what it is high cellulosic material. We use the manure mostly for its biologicals because it doesn't create that much methane, but if you put the two together, that's where your utility scale gas comes in, because it's digesting the cellulosic product and creating the methane.
So all manure that comes in would come in a closed system?
Yes, sir. Any manure that comes from the outside comes in a closed pump system, and the rest would be supplied directly from the hog barn underground, pumped into the digester.
Okay, I think that clears up what.
Okay,
concerns
I'm
Mike
sorry.
would have had. I envisioned something a little bit different from that. So it appears like everything you're doing is certainly gonna make what we're currently doing better.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Okay, any other questions?
Well, along with the jobs created,
Sure.
you know, the investment
understand.
into the county and so
Yep.
forth.
Well,
It should cut down on the odor,
Absolutely, sir.
yeah,
Yes, sir.
because they're spraying on the fields now, and it can,
Because we're gonna scrape the
Yeah.
lagoons down to about 5 to 10% first thing, and that's how we start, but that goes into our enclosed digesters to start the process.
Mr. Outlaw?
I'm just saying, it's a completely new process for us. I don't think we understand it. Maybe everybody does but me, but I don't see what we lose by bringing it in as a C, and then at some point in time, we can always back away from that once it's a proven process. That would be my opinion, and that's why I would vote against it unless it was a C versus a P.
Okay. Other questions, comments? Ms. Leggett?
I had a question. Are you looking at locating these on farms only or also separate from farms as just an industrial-type enterprise?
Most are on farms or adjacent to farms. I would say the majority of them are on farms. But we do have some sites that are adjacent to farms in agriculture areas, you know, where it's best located and the available land and so forth.
And whose regulatory umbrella do these operations fall under?
In North Carolina, currently, as Nancy said, the NCUC has a pilot program just through Piedmont, doesn't include PSNC, but through Piedmont Natural Gas for the next 3 years. And we have applied for that to be in that pilot program, and our receipt agreements, which are the last part of being approved for that application, should be completed with Piedmont by the end of this week. So we're fairly sure we'll be in the pilot program by the end. Or it could take into next week, but we'll have our receipt agreements, which is where Piedmont agrees to build the interconnections and allow the gas to be injected into their system. All that's been taken care of. We have off-taker agreements for the gas itself with in-state utilities.
How about as far as operations, Division of Water Quality, anybody like that? Do you fall under their regulatory umbrella?
We do, because we are operating with and on hog farms. In some cases, we will be part of the amended water program with the farm itself, and in some cases, those programs will be separate. Be the same program, but under a separate name. But in most cases, we'll be part of the farmer's process.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other commissioners with questions?
I'll just make one final comment. I think the key statement there was in most cases. It's on the farms, not in all cases. So without some oversight for a new process, biogas production, I think we are doing a disservice to the people that could potentially have this located in very close proximity to them.
And I'm sorry, but that's one thing we were told, that we're talking about the county-wide, so we can't identify the site at this moment. So,
Well, my understanding is you do have a site in mind in Nash County, but we understand that what we do here affects every
sure,
site
absolutely.
that is currently zoned.
Yes, sir.
The GI in Nash County. Other comment?
agricultural,
Sir?
agricultural, district area.
We are in
But could
just
we-
GI district, Mr. Belfield, nothing to do with really agriculture.
I have a question.
All GI sites.
Mr. Combs?
If we do
General
this
industrial.
and use a C for now, will that impede anything that you're trying to do, or will that cause you to walk away from Nash County?
From my understanding of the process, the P would be easier for us to, move through our development processes and so forth, and stay on our
But as I understand, a C could only maybe 30 days till you come before a meeting and get approval for the site specific.
I think probably the best answer is we're here to do what the board thinks best.
Okay.
I mean, that's really probably the best way I could answer it.
I think this is a great project. I know it works from what research and reading I've done, and I just want to make sure that we partner with you and not make it complicated.
Sure.
Other thoughts, questions? Mr. Belfield?
My question is, can't we do this for just agricultural only, rather than general industrial?
I think what we have to deal with what is before us today that has been through the process, the TRC and the planning board, is what we've got before us today. We can't change the rezoning request at a commissioner level. We can do something within the general request, but we can't completely change it.
So that means we can send it back.
And this is not, as the attorney properly pointed out, and I stated wrong, this is a text amendment, it's not a rezoning anyway.
So it could go back to the planning board to do what I just mentioned? Agricultural.
It could do it after we deal with the
rather than
matter.
general industrial, just agriculture.
Right. It could, if, once we deal with the item we have as an agenda item today, that would require us to deny what's before us and possibly give some instructions of what we want to see coming back.
I don't think we really want to do that. If it's a off-site place, then it may have to be, can you address that, Nancy?
I mean, I can just, if it's in, you want to remember the amount of the county that's currently zoned A1 for agriculture.
We don't want that.
And, I mean, in considering that kind of thing, and there is a certain amount of control that's applied by the commissioners in rezoning properties to GI that would not be available if you wanted to approach it through an A1 designation, so that the prospect of having it in a GI, we have GI locations throughout the county, but typically those are site-specific, and we don't have a lot of GI, we do have some, but not a lot of GI areas that are already zoned that are not already used. And so the board would have a level of control. The board typically exercises a level of control when they are assigning GI districts if the impacts that you're concerned about are that those might be more intensive to neighboring property owners.
Well,
that you would not have if you did it as a P, even in an A1.
Consistent statement A says up here, modification may be needed based on input at the meeting. So that's
correct.
Yeah, so.
And I would like to add that again, our processes use only local agriculture products. We don't add any chemicals, we don't add any surfactants or flocculants or anything into the process. It's taking very local material, and basically they're large stomachs, and they digest and make methane just like we do. And that's pretty much the process.
Mr. Belfield, I think what Ms. Dixon has pointed out to us is what your thought is would make it extremely worse than what we're currently dealing with, for the simple matter that I'm going to speculate, I may be off, that 70% of the county is zoned A1. We have a tremendous amount of houses sitting in A1 zones. So it would just open it up countywide almost, whereas in this G1 zone, we have a very limited amount in the county, and it's much more restricted than what you're going to have in an open residential zone. You follow what I'm saying? Because if
Yeah,
you
I
look
hear
at a
you.
countywide zoning map, it's mostly one color, and that is
Seem like-
A1.
I still, I hear what you're saying, but I still think it ought to be in an agriculture zone district.
Okay, all right. Well, that's why each one of the 7 of us get a vote, I guess, sir. Mr. Combs?
I'd like to make a motion, please, sir. Can I do that at this time? I think we've talked about it.
I would like to ask if there's any more questions one more time from commissioners. I don't like to cut anybody off, seeing nobody move. I'd entertain a motion, and the motion is gonna be to close the public hearing first. Do I have anyone else that wishes to speak first?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If not, entertain a motion to close the public hearing, Dan, which you
So
must do
moved.
first.
Yes, sir.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Combs to close the public hearing. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Mr. Belfield, Mr. Leggett at the same time. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. The public hearing is now closed, and it's a two-step process again. I've done a little bit of research with Nancy's help, and what we've got before the board is we can approve this to be added as a text amendment to a GI district, and we can add a stipulation that it be a C in lieu of a P if the board so desires, and we do not have to go back, and correct me if I'm wrong, through any more steps to do that here today. Now, would that be done at the time of the consistency statement, if the board chooses, or would it be done at the text amendment approval only,
You could adopt the consistency statement,
as written?
and then you could modify in the motion to approve the text amendment, you would approve it with that change.
That's right.
If that was what the board wanted to do.
That's what I thought. I just need to make sure. So does everybody understand where we are?
Now, you were saying if we did consistent statement A, it can be modified.
It could be modified and change it from a P to a C. I can't change the zone that we're doing it for, but, which is what you're speaking of.
Yeah, but all I want to know is, can be modified.
It can be modified. Yes, sir. All right.
If you wanted to, if you felt the need, and the attorney can correct me, but if you felt the need to add something about it being a C, if that's a direction the board wants to go, if you needed to add that to the consistency statement to make you comfortable with the consistency statement, you could do that as well, but I don't know that it's necessary.
You have an opinion, Mr. Durham?
I think it is. Well, I think you should say that it's amended to be a conditional use in the GI zone.
But should we
And
say
that
it?
that is consistent with the land. I think you should refer to it in the consistency statement
Okay.
and in the motion.
Okay, all right, that's what we need to know. All right. That's what I needed to clear up. Everybody good? Ms. Leggett? Pleasure of the board, and I need a consistency statement first.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Combs.
I make a motion that we adopt consistency statement A, amending consistency statement A as a C, conditional use, instead of a P, in a GI zone. Did I say that right?
You did, if you add in the other two items, which I'll do for you,
I
that are
included-
under.
Yes, sir.
Included those as well. Everybody understand the motion? Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? We have approved the consistency statement with one change from a P to a C. Pleasure of the board as it relates to adopting the text amendment, which would also require additional language to follow the path in which the board took on the consistency statement.
Make a motion, we approve the text amendment, changing the industrial zone districts as permitted use C. Permitted use C. I guess that's what we need to do, right, Vince? Is that where we need to change it at?
Conditional.
What we'll be doing is adopting the text amendment as
Right.
presented with one change, that it would be a C in lieu of a P.
Right.
And that is the only thing that is there. Board approved on Yes, that's the only thing that we have. So I have a motion, is there a second to that motion to approve the
Second.
consistency statement? Second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. If anything we can do moving forward, we didn't do this to slow up anything, we'll move it with all haste when it comes back to us. Thank you, sir. We'll now move on to item number 14, which is a state acquisition relocation fund, grant program for Hurricane Matthew buyout.
Okay, this is a new, it's a new fund, a grant program that the state has announced, and what this state acquisition relocation fund program would do would be, the state would be to provide some relocation benefits as well, and those relocation benefits would come in two forms. One would be a fixed amount based on how many rooms were in your damaged house that we bought in the buyout. They give you a fixed amount to help with moving expenses. And the other piece would be a relocation benefit, which we refer to as gap funding, which would help someone whose home was bought out, then get into a new house that may cost a little more because they might have bought their home in 1968 or 1988, and in 2019, that same home or a comparable home costs more money. So the idea behind it is towards trying to make that person whole who was damaged in the hurricane or in the subsequent flood. So that's how the process works. The relocation benefits would come in those two forms. It's only, the only eligible applicants would be homeowners whose properties were bought out. So in Nash County, the implication for us would be that we're purchasing 3 homes, but one of them was a tenant, home, a landlord property, a rental property, and that property would not be eligible for this program because there's not a homeowner whose primary home was damaged in that case. Also, for your information, the tenant who occupies that rental house currently gets relocation benefits through that buyout program. So that tenant is already covered with some moving expenses. The replacement home, just for your information, this program is still new. It's still in a little bit of flux in terms of the precise operations about how it's going to work, but we do know that the replacement home must be in the county. If we buy a house that's inside the town limits of Nashville, that person can purchase a replacement house anywhere in Nash County. It doesn't need to be in the town of Nashville. But it does need to be in Nash County in order to qualify. It also has to be outside the floodplain area, and it has to meet some additional criteria for decent, safe, and sanitary housing, which obviously is what we would like for people to move into. The program does include some administrative funding for the administrative tasks that the county has to do, and we may also be involved in hiring either a real estate contracting, either with a real estate agent or an appraiser in order to help set the program limits for each house to determine how much gap funding they might be eligible for. And that process protects against somebody, say we purchased somebody's house for $100,000, and they went and picked out a house that was $175,000. We're not going to make up that much gap. The program doesn't make up that much gap. It would determine what a comparable house would be and establish what that gap level would be. And so what the request is, I anticipate that Nash County will request up to $121,000 in funding through this program. And the request is that the board authorize the county manager and the planning director to execute documents related to that acquisition relocation fund program. We are anticipating a grant agreement very shortly for this. It's the application, because the funding is limited to communities that also have the disaster acquisition projects, that the application is I I won't say perfunctory, but it's almost more like a registration than it is. We know we'll get the funds, according to what the state staff tells me.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Nixon on this item? Nancy, it's my understanding that would leave us with just 2 homes
Right,
that would be eligible, and
that is correct.
$121,000 seems to be a lot of money, and of course,
It is.
our needs in Nash County are severely less than many areas of the state. Where did that number come from?
It came from the program information itself estimates that the units that they are budgeting are at $50,000 maximum for gap funding. I anticipate in Nash County, our numbers would be a lot closer to 20. But they are budgeting for communities at $50,000 for the gap funding, $5,000 apiece for the, or $5,000 for the,
Admin.
no, yes, $5,000 for relocation, and then 10% of the $55,000 for admin. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's where it comes from. I think, I'm in some conversations with the state now about our particular memorandum of agreement and whether we should, they have us down now for 182,000, 181.5, I think. And that obviously includes the third unit, which I've explained is not, and so this is their budgeted estimate for Nash County. I anticipate that we'll turn around and give money back or de-obligate money. As we purchase a home, we can de-obligate the excess for that piece.
Could we request less possibly?
Well, I have it down that I'm only going to request 121. I think that probably we're going to be under 100 is what we're going to actually need. But I kind of hate to go against what they're telling me I should do based on what their standards are.
I'm fine. I'm getting in your business too much, and I apologize for that. I just know there are a lot more severe needs in other parts, and I don't know how we would.
Well, my concern is holding up the money. My concern is holding up the money that we already know we will likely not use. And so I'm trying to keep our application piece. This amount would certainly cover the maximum for 2 units, but I'm still in conversation with the state staff about whether we should just go ahead and ask for less.
And we would return any funds that could then be received.
We absolutely would do that,
Okay.
yes.
I'm good. Any other questions? The request is a motion to approve or deny the request to authorize the county manager and planning director to sign these documents. I'd entertain a motion at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we authorize the county manager and the planning director to execute documents related to the 2019 state acquisition.
We're calling it SARF.
SARF.
SARF, that's what we'll call it. That'll be the
What was
short.
that?
SARF, S-A-R-F.
Oh, okay.
It's just shorthand.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on the motion? Still kind of quiet on this one. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 15, which is a request to add additional roads to the state-maintained secondary road program that are located in Nash County. Mr. Tyson?
This should be a short one. The North Carolina Department of Transportation District Engineer has forwarded petitions requesting that 2 existing subdivision roads that were publicly dedicated as public rights-of-way be reviewed by the Division of Highways for their addition to the state-maintained secondary road system. The first of 2 is Bitterroot Court, highlighted in red on this map. Bitterroot Court's located off of Bitterroot Road in the Baywood subdivision on the northeast side of South Old Carriage Road near the Tar River Reservoir. And this is located in District 5, Commissioner Outlaw's district. And then secondly, the end portion of Tanbark Drive, highlighted in red here. Tambark Drive, the portions that are already adopted are known as State Road 1832. This is the portion located east of Tambark Drive's intersection with Benbrook Drive in sections 2 and 4 of the Benbrook subdivision, which is southeast of the town of Nashville and located in District 4, Commissioner Leggett's district. These roads have been determined by the district engineer to meet the applicable minimum construction standards and eligibility criteria. This is, of course, a very positive arrangement for both the subdivision developer and the residents because it allows the state, with all the resources of the NCDOT, to assume the responsibility for repairing and maintaining these roads from now on. However, the DOT will not consider them without a resolution first from this board. And so included in your agenda are 2 resolutions, one for Bitterroot Court and one for the end of Tambark Drive, requesting their consideration for the addition to the state-maintained secondary road system.
Any questions, Mr. Tyson, this time?
Do we need to do both, each one separate,
I'm gonna take them both as an item, Mr. Belfield. I'll do them both together. Any questions from commissioners? One quick question. Tanner-Bark Lane, that subdivision is a very old one. Is that a additional section that opened up, or are we going back, hopefully picking up something very old?
I'm not sure what the story is there. I think it's been developed for a long time, so it probably had enough homes on it to qualify. Commissioner Outlaw, have you
Not
been?
adding, it's just picking up something that's been there for quite a while.
Quite a long, okay. Well, that's wonderful that we go back and do that.
This is something that some of the residents had requested.
Gotcha.
And
Okay, well, good.
we discussed it with Bobby Liverman, and thanks, he's got it before us today.
So that's been there 30, 40 years, I know.
At least 30.
Yeah, that's good. All right, pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval and adoption of the 2 resolutions.
Have a motion, is there a second?
second?
Second by Mr. Belfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Tyson.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is item 16, which is the water line purchase agreement with the city of Rocky Mount that we have worked on for a very long time, and tickled to death to be able to bring before the board this morning. Mr. Phillips.
Good afternoon. Hope to be as quick as Mr. Tyson was there.
Y'all keep reminding us that this afternoon. We're well aware of that, sir. Go ahead.
The county is working on the development of the Northern Nash water system, which will include expanding the county water system into the towns of Red Oak and Dorches, as well as some other northern areas in Nash County. Currently, the city of Rocky Mount has some water infrastructure in Dorches that was installed to serve the town of Dorches and the I-95 rest areas back in the early 80s. This infrastructure is not currently providing water service to any other county residents at this time. So county staff has been negotiating with the city of Rocky Mount to purchase this infrastructure, which includes approximately 8,600 feet of 12-inch water main along Halifax Road between Hunter Hill Road and Dorches Boulevard. An additional 2,875 feet of 6-inch water main along Halifax Road to the north of Dorches Boulevard and Allwood Drive, and 2,000 feet of 6-inch water main along Allwood Drive to a delivery point for the I-95 rest areas. This purchase will allow the county to extend its service area along Halifax Road without installing redundant infrastructure next to existing city infrastructure. Terms of the contract, Nash County will purchase this water-related infrastructure from the city at a cost of $107,500. The city of Rocky Mount and Nash County will amend the existing wholesale water purchase agreement to include an increase of 115,000 gallons per day. This 115,000 gallons will accommodate the existing 45,000 gallons per day for the town of Dorches, 15,000 gallons per day for the I-95 rest area, and an additional 55,000 gallons that could be used in the Northern Nash water expansion. With this purchase, Nash County will assume responsibility for providing water service to the I-95 rest areas, and Nash County will relocate and or replace the existing water meter that sits at the intersection of Dorches Boulevard and Halifax Road to a location near Hunter Hill Road on Halifax Road. This will serve as a new point of delivery as well as delineate the assets purchased by the county. This agreement was approved by the City of Rocky Mount's Council last Monday on 1/28/19, and at this time, staff recommends the board approve the water purchase contract and amend the wholesale purchase agreement. We'd also like to ask the board to use contingency funds out of the Northern Nash Water and Sewer Project Fund in the amount of $107,500 to cover the cost of this purchase.
Any questions of Mr. Phillips on this item? Seeing none, entertain a motion, to approve the request to
So moved.
have a motion by Ms. Wells. Is there a second to that motion? Chairman would be glad to second it, real glad to second it.
This has been a long time coming.
It has
Let's
indeed.
get it bid.
Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
Thank you.
Budget amendments is next. Melanie, assuming you were presenting those, I guess?
While she's coming, I want to thank Chairman Davis for following through on this.
Pleased to do it, Ms. Wells. Take the day to get it done. Good morning.
Good morning, or afternoon.
Sure, you're right.
We've been here a while. I have one project ordinance. I think you'd like to have that first by itself, and then the budget amendments, or does it matter?
Item seven.
Whatever I need to do. I'm kind of drawing blanks at this point in the game, but do I need to do those separately?
Yeah.
Do them all together?
With
We got
capital,
one,
probably ought to be separate.
yeah, let's do the project ordinance,
Okay, the project ordinance amendment is submitted for approval for $25,500 for the Nash County High-Speed Internet Broadband Project with the Cloudwise for proof of concept to adjust the costs of the project as approved in the agreement amendment at the January 22nd Board of Commissioners meeting. It includes $21,000 due upon completion of the Network Operations Center and $4,500, which is a monthly fee not to exceed $1,500 due upon receipt of the invoice from Cloudwise with an attached invoice from the tower provider.
Right. I see now I actually skipped an item. I appreciate you correcting me on that. Item 17 is a capital project ordinance. It's the item we discussed at our last meeting and approved. This is just the budget ordinance to get the money properly positioned. Entertain a motion to approve this request at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Combs. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Budget amendments. Melanie?
Okay, thank you. There's three budget amendments. One is for the Senior Center, Senior Services Department. It is for $54,607 allocated, to allocate additional HCCBG grant funds. No county dollars are requested for this. It would go toward Meals on Wheels and Senior Center operations. The second is for public buildings. The amendment is to allocate additional funds for public buildings, building maintenance due to the unexpected maintenance costs for the Ag Center and some jail plumbing repairs. It is $50,000. And one more, if I don't skip my page. The last one is a budget amendment to appropriate fund balance and transfer funds to the high-speed internet pilot project based on the original agreement and project ordinance approved September 17th, and the amendment to the agreement as approved at the January 22nd. I think this is kind of a formality to get it in our books.
We are showing two more, one for Parks and Recreation maintenance and one for court facilities. Do you have those?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Okay.
This is needed to allocate additional HCCBG grant funds. No additional county dollars are needed for the Parks and Recreation. That is the same one, Senior Center. Sorry.
Oh, that, let me make sure I'm straight.
It's the Parks and Senior Services Department. I only referred to it before as the Senior Services Department.
Okay, all right. So, court facilities, is that in with one of the other ones also? We have an item for $4,500, in and out, revenue in,
That's the only ones
phone
that I
line
have.
to the courthouse. Am I got stuff I shouldn't have, or where are we at?
I've got that.
Okay.
phone lines in the courthouse.
I thought she had tabled that until, I don't have that in here with me. Thank you.
I think if you intended to, Melody, we didn't get the word to. Do you know-
Okay, I
do you-
apologize. Donna didn't give me, she handed me this stuff Friday afternoon.
You're okay. We're fine.
This budget amendment is for Parks and Rec maintenance, you're correct. To allocate additional funds for maintenance to cover the full year of added lights at the Ennis Park for $32,000. And then the court facilities, that's the only one I didn't do, okay. Is an amendment to allocate additional funds for court facilities to cover the additional phone lines for the courthouse addition for $4,500.
Any questions on any of these budget amendments?
Just one, do you have a breakdown on the public buildings for the 50,000 that was spent for plumbing? How much of that was in the Ag Center and how much was in the jail?
Do you know how much was each?
I don't have it with me.
Could you just provide it?
I would say, I honestly want to say that we have used about 54,000 for the Ag Center.
Yeah.
So, but all of that's not included in that. I would probably say 40,000.
40,000 of this is for the Ag Center?
Jail, yeah.
10 for the jail, 40 for the Ag Center? Could you just confirm that?
Yes, that's what it was.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? I'm certainly not gonna hold it up, but I would like to get a little bit of explanation. $32,000 sounds like a lot of money for the additional lights at Ennis Park. And I know they're LED. Is that correct, Mike?
It is, the bill probably now runs about 5,000 or 6,000, in the, well, let's say spring through fall. And I think when they were originally installed, that number was closer to $8,000 to $10,000 a month. And we had a meter put in, like a load management meter. So in the wintertime, that helps, you know, it helps with that load to bring it down to the 5,000 or 6,000. In the wintertime, we end up paying about $1,200 a month. And I think last year, somewhere in the middle there is when that meter was put in, so we didn't have a great guesstimate as to what it was gonna be until we actually got it. So that's where the shortage is coming from.
$32,000 though equates to some $2,800 a month for just the new lights?
That's pretty much just for the meter that controls that park with those lights. Yeah, it's 5,000 to 6,000 depending on the usage for the month, but,
Gotcha.
and that's for the 6 months we have left basically to pay the January bill through the end of June.
Just seems like a large number to me. All right, any other questions? Entertain a motion for approval of the budget amendments.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Budget amendment stand approved. Mike, if you just note, I would like for us to study those light situations a little bit more. LEDs on ball fields must not do what it does everywhere else. Next item on the agenda is item number 19, board appointments. Stacey?
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
The following appointments need to be considered. The NEED Board of Directors, Nash Edgecombe Economic Development Board of Directors has terms expiring for Marvin Arrington and Amy Pridgeon Hamlet. Currently, there's 2 vacancies in the public sector and 2 vacancies in the low-income representatives, as Ms. Rogers shared with you earlier today.
All right, if I could add just a little bit to that, I noticed in studying this after our last item that the other counties had a commissioner on this board, being Wilson and Edgecombe. We have not, and I don't know how long we have not, but I know in my term, I don't think we've had a commissioner on there. I consequently talked to Mr. Belfield to see if he would be willing to serve on this board, and he agreed to do that, and I very much think it would be to our advantage to have a commissioner on there, and so my recommendation is, to the board, is to replace, Amy with Mr. Belfield as one of our public members, and then to move forward with the appointment that we tabled last time of Marvin Arrington, and I can take them individually if the board wishes to. Whichever way you want to do it. Well, let's do it individually in case there's some comments. The idea of putting Mr. Commissioner Belfield on the need board, entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
A move by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Ms. Richardson. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. And then the one we tabled the last time to this meeting, as a specific time we need to address today, of Marvin Arrington, is a motion to reappoint Mr. Arrington to the board.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Richardson.
Second.
Second by Mr. Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? The motion carries. And then, as you understood today, from the new director, she will be working with us, and Mr. Belfield, I'm going to ask you to work on this particular one that you're now on the board, to find the two low-income members to serve on that board. Hopefully someone that will serve full term, be present and engage, because it's very important to have attendance as well as engagement on any board that we appoint them to, and report back to us whenever you're ready. Is that okay with everyone? Go ahead.
Okay, the next one is for the Regional Aging Advisory Council, the RAC Board. They have a vacancy for a Nash County representative. The Recreation and Senior Services Department is recommending Dorothy Johnson to fill this role. Mrs. Johnson's application and letter of recommendation is in your materials.
Okay, pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions of that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Senior Tar Heel legislator.
Right. The Nash County currently has a vacancy for an alternate delegate to the Senior Tar Heel Legislature. The Recreation and Senior Services Department has recommended Linwood Ross to fill this role. Mr. Ross's application and letter of recommendation are in your materials.
Pleasure of the board.
Move approval.
Moved by Ms. Richards. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Thank you, Stacy. 20 monthly tax report. Mr. Wren, you've been very patient today, sir.
Yes, sir. I guess when you see me coming, you know the end is near, so in a good way.
Well, I don't know exactly how you meant that, but I hope you meant the meeting.
Obviously, first thing we've got is the tax report. It's for informational purposes. I'm always glad to answer any questions you might have. As you mentioned earlier in the State of the County message, and I know as Z has alluded to, things are looking good. We hope they'll keep trending that way. We expect them to, but always cautiously optimistic. And it is a testament to everybody involved, and in particular the taxpayers of the county, and a robust economy, and the taxpayers obviously are demonstrating that they do want to pay their taxes, and we appreciate that very much. So that's for informational purposes.
Item number 21, tax refunds.
Yes, sir. We obviously need your approval of the refund so we can disperse the funds there.
Entertain a motion for approval of the tax refunds as shown.
Move we approve the tax refunds.
Motion by Commissioner Belfield. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Tax refunds stand approved. Item number 22 is a report of unpaid taxes and tax lien advertising.
Yes, sir. As is required by statute, this time each year, we're supposed to report to the board and the county the amount that remains unpaid as of January 31st. This year, as you can see in your report, the amount that is unpaid as of January 31st of 2019 on real estate, that is on the real estate class of property, is $1,801,526.11. And as some of you may be interested or curious as to how that might compare with last year, the previous year, and that is actually, again, trending in a good direction in that the amount that is left unpaid is less than it was in the previous year. Last year, that amount was, and I got it right here, that amount was $1,923,350.29, or 95.13% of the real estate levy. And this year, even though we have a larger levy to collect, we have a smaller amount left owing, and we are at, on the real estate, we're at 95.54%. So we're in a really good position on that. And obviously, I need for you to approve this report and then direct our office to, at some point in time, advertise the tax liens on real estate.
Okay, I'd entertain a motion to do just what it says here, what Mr. Wren has indicated, which is to approve the tax report as submitted and then authorize his department to advertise what we haven't been able to collect thus far. Is there a motion to that effect? Chairman makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Who made the second? Commissioner Outlaw. Am I messing up something? I'm trying to move us on because I know.
I was just,
Okay.
that's an inside joke.
Okay. Maybe you share it with me after the
I
meeting.
will.
Where am I at? We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign.
Thank you, sir.
Y'all don't see Miss Richardson's foot over here kicking me beyond Vince's issue at hand. We are now on Commissioners' reports, if I remember correctly, which is item number 23. Is there any commissioner that wishes to bring any item to the attention of the board at this time? Please feel free to do so.
Do you wish to make any comments about our retreat today, where it's going to be held or anything like that?
I'll take that up under the manager's report.
Comment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Okay, good question, though. Any commissioner? Seeing none, we'll move to item number 24, which is the manager's report. Mr. Lamb?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Just a few things here. A reminder that the Rocky Mount Chamber's annual meeting is this Thursday at 6 p.m. at Nash Community College. Also, the NACO Conference, National Association of Counties Conference, is March the 3rd through the 6th. Commissioner Wells and Belfield are going to be in attendance along with the Assistant County Manager. As a result of that conference, we have moved the first meeting in March back to the week of March the 11th. So the meeting in March will be Monday, March the 11th at 9 a.m. The department heads had a retreat in January. It was very productive. Stacy presented all participants with our very first department head orientation manual. I think I said at the last meeting that Adam Tyson has been appointed effective March 1st as the planning director. I'm also pleased to announce that Jonathan Boone will begin as our county engineer and facilities director on on February the 11th. We look forward to working with Jonathan. The location for the Commissioners' Retreat will be at the barn, which has an address of 3405 South Wesleyan Boulevard, Rocky Mount, but it's, when I think of it, it's in Sharpsburg, just north of Town Hall. It was where we had the Tri-County breakfast that we hosted.
Great location.
Very good location. The State Association of County Commissioners District Meeting will be February 26th at 5 p.m. until 8 p.m. at the Rocky Mount Event Center. We have received a certificate of occupancy for the Southern Nash Senior Center. Staff will perform a final walkthrough tomorrow with the contractor. If all goes well, staff will start to coordinate moving furniture and furnishings into the building. The senior director is working on interviewing the 2 positions that were funded in this year's budget, effective January 1, but we hope to have them on board by March 1st. You can tentatively mark your calendar for ribbon cutting Friday, March the 8th at 11 a.m., which will be on a Friday. We also need to identify a date, not necessarily today, but at the convenience of the board, for an April meeting, a joint meeting with the school system, when we will get a budget presentation from the school system and the community college, as we do each April. If we could set that at the March meeting, that would be great. I do want to first say one other thing about the article that was in the paper yesterday about the jail. First of all, I have all the respect in the world for our sheriff's department, for our jail staff, but I just want to point out a few things that I think the public should be aware of. We have a budget process in the county that includes a 5-year capital plan that's submitted by each department each year. We have never seen on that 5-year capital plan anything about a new jail. So what's come up in the last month or two is new to county staff. I would suggest that they should put it in their 5-year capital plan this year in preparation of the budget, and we will send it to the commissioners for their consideration. It's also, I have to defend my maintenance department. It's been suggested that they haven't properly maintained our jail. And I can tell you, I've been here over 5 years. Every time we get a state jail report or a fire marshal report that points out any problems with the jail, that within an hour, if not that same minute, it is forwarded to our maintenance department, and I request an update after that as to making sure that those identified issues in the state jail report are immediately addressed. Just in the last 5 years, we've put new roofs on all 3 sections of the jail. We've put new LED lighting in the jail. We painted, we provided the supplies, and the trustees painted each of the cell blocks. And we stand ready to provide supplies, labor if necessary, to help clean the jail. We don't use trustees. The jail is in charge of trustees, and we believe that at least the one picture that showed a lot of mold and mildew or whatever it was in yesterday's paper should have been addressed. And had we known about it, we certainly would have provided the supplies. There needs to be perhaps more painting of the jail. There needs to be more cleaning of the jail. But our staff is not in charge of that routine maintenance. But we will be glad to aid in any way we can. If other things need attention, we're ready to help. Every other department in county government uses a software system called Facility Dude. Anytime there needs to be repairs to anything, they put in an order on Facility Dude. It is tracked. Until last week, the jail was not using Facility Dude. I appreciate the fact that Anita is now setting that up so that we can, so that their employees can learn how to use Facility Dude. There was a training to learn how to use Facility Dude, and I believe they participated in it. But up to this point, the jail staff has not provided us with that convenience of being able to track any complaints they have. Emails and word of mouth can sometimes cause problems. There was a picture in the paper that had a fire, and it was used as an example of the conditions of the jail. Well, those repairs were after that fire, and if an inmate gets matches or does whatever they do to start a fire, we can only address how we can prevent it in the future. I will tell you that the cost to fix the problem with that particular fire was $500, and it was corrected. Now, there has been other fires created one way or another in the jail, and we stand here to correct those, to try to prevent those in the future. I have to, hold on one second. Last, a couple weeks ago, I got an email from a concerned citizen who had gone to the jail and indicated that the sheriff says we need a new 500 capacity jail. It will cost $12 million and can be paid in 5 or 6 years by holding federal inmates. Well, Wayne County just built a dormitory-type jail. They were able to cut their staff from 65 people to 32 people because they built this dormitory, 221-bed dormitory-style facility. So $10 million on a 200-bed, 221-bed facility. You cannot build a 500-bed facility for $12 million. The average cost per cell, per inmate, is about $50,000. It cannot be done. And as far as staffing is concerned, there is no cookie-cutter ratio for staffing jails. You can see that Wayne was able to reduce in half their staffing by going to a dormitory-type jail, which is what we have. So when you start talking about a 3-to-1 ratio, I don't know where they came up with that, but every jail's different. And I would encourage people to look at the whole picture. Albemarle District Jail, which I served as chairman of, 3-county jail. 10 years ago, they built a 248-cell facility
with infrastructure for expansion up to 500 inmates. It was over $25 million. Not $12 million, but $25 million. Every time I get numbers about the per cost, inmate cost for federal prisoners, it's different. We need to come up with a physical analysis on jail cost, both construction, infrastructure, capital, as well as the cost to maintain federal prisoners and our per day cost. Recently, I got an email that said that the cost for these federal prisoners was $20-some and that the rest could be used for improvements. Well, I've also gotten figures $44 and $60. And so I'm just a little confused on exactly where these numbers originate. I would urge the jail and their staff to work with our finance office to better figure out exactly what the per cost, and I suppose the $24 cost doesn't include fixed costs, as if there's no fixed costs associated with housing federal prisoners, and there is. In November 15th, we began receiving federal inmates, and we were not involved in that. That was a decision that the sheriff made unilaterally, and we want to make sure that our conditions in that jail are such that we are not opening up the county and the taxpayers of this county for potential liability. I also want to just comment that the staff shortage or request for more staff, that as of the 7th of January, we were 8 short. As of the 23rd, we were 9 short. So, you know, we need to work to fill those positions before we start talking about expanding the staff in that facility. I would like to say that I've been involved in the Albemarle District Jail, the Bertie Martin Jail, the Chowan County Jail. I was testified before the U.S. Senate on jail issues regarding counties and the misallocation of money as it goes to federal and state prisons and jails, when local jails house about 75% of all inmates, but we get about 25% of the federal dollars that is allocated that year under the crime bill. If the jail folks want to get big screen TVs for the jail, that should be a capital request at budget time, and I'm sure the commissioners will consider that request as well. And so, again, I look forward to working with the jail and the sheriff, but I think the information that's put out in the public should be correct. Again, you cannot build a 500-cell jail for $12 million and pay for it in 6 or 7 years with federal dollars, federal inmate dollars. One last thing about federal inmates, and I've seen this before. What they give it, they can take it away. So we sign a contract to let the federal inmates come to our jail.
He signed the contract.
The sheriff signed the contract. If they ever decide, for whatever reason, that they want to stop sending federal inmates because they get a better deal at another facility, we don't have federal inmates anymore. So you cannot rely on federal inmate revenues to build a new jail. And so I normally don't respond to newspaper articles, but I just felt like I needed to on this. I have appointed and put together a committee of staff and commissioners to try to look at the jail issues, and we will continue to meet, and we will call in the sheriff's department when we need information from them. But at the present time, we are here willing and able to do it. We want to do what's best for the county. We want to do what's best for the inmates. But we've got 80-year-old schools in this county that we need to build and replace. And this facility was built in 71 or in the 70s, an addition in the early 90s. And we're ready to bring it up as much as we can. But the idea that the solution to the identified issues is a new facility does not make physical sense here in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb.
Chairman.
Did you have anything else after that for your report?
No.
Okay. I'm back to commissioners. If you have any report or anything you want to
No,
say,
I just
Mr. Delfield, you can.
I just wanted to ask the manager, you said ribbon cutting on March 8th for what? I missed that.
For the senior center.
Oh, okay.
When is the commissioner retreat? Do you have that date?
We do have that date.
March 26th and 27th. 26th.
26 and 27.
Of March?
Yeah,
At the barn.
at the barn.
Any other questions? I have one. The change in the March meeting from the 4th to the 11th, are we just doing that, Stacy?
No, sir, that was on your adopted calendar.
Okay.
It was, I couldn't tell my wife why, but now I know why, but it was on the calendar.
Is that a bad day?
I have a conflict, and I don't know why. I wrote it down for the 9th, but that's my error. I wrote it down for the 4th. The 11th, I would not be able to be here because of my commitment to my other board in Raleigh on the Code Council, which I chair that board as well, and it's really something that I don't need to miss, because I don't have in this case, like this board, anybody that could probably do that meeting. In this case, we'd be fine, but I really hate to mess up my 16-year perfect attendance record if we can work on something else. When we all be back? I'm in Raleigh the 11th and the 12th all day.
Why did we move it from the 4th? I can't remember.
2 of the commissioners are going to be in Washington.
That's right, that's right.
Yeah.
And when do y'all get back?
Wednesday.
Back on Wednesday.
We can do it Thursday.
How does that suit the rest of the board, to do it Thursday? I hate to do that, but I just can't change my stuff on the 11th, and evidently I didn't, well, that's set years in advance by statute, so I really can't change that date anyway.
That'd be the 14th.
That would be the,
No, the 7th.
14th.
Oh,
He's talking about the 4th, the 7th.
Oh, excuse me, you're right, 7th.
7th.
Excuse me. Y'all don't want to meet on Valentine's Day, no way, do you? The 7th on a Thursday, would that be okay?
For what?
For the next commissioner meeting in March?
That would be versus the 11th.
What you say?
That would be versus the 11th.
Yes, sir.
That would work for me.
Okay.
That's why we backed up to the next prior.
What you say, Mr. Combs?
We backed up to the prior week instead of having it on the 11th. We backed up instead of
Yeah.
Thursday. Okay.
Go to Thursday, the 7th.
Okay. If that suits everybody, I'd appreciate, working it that way.
9 o'clock?
At 9 o'clock,
9
yeah, no need to change that, confuse our people even more. If we've got adequate time to properly notify that, I'm sure we'll have it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Anything else from a commissioner? If not, I'd like to have a closed session for economic development matters of attorney privilege, and we have one personnel matter that we need to discuss. Entertain a motion to go into closed session at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Bellfield. Is there any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign?